Hello and welcome to our comprehensive Angular course. If you're looking to dive deep into Angular, building powerful, efficient web application, you have come to the right place. My name is Awais Mirza and I'll be guiding you through this course. Angular is a platform and framework for building client-side application using HTML, CSS, and TypeScript. It is developed by Google and offers a robust set of features for building complex, scalable, and high-performance web applications. Throughout this course, we will closely look and follow the official documentation of Angular, ensuring that you not only learn the theoretical aspect, but also understand how to apply them in a real-world scenarios. This approach will make it easier for you to reference the official documentation whenever you need to deepen your understanding or troubleshoot issues. We will start with the basics, setting up your development environment and creating your first application. From there, we'll explore Angular core concepts such as components, the reactive pipes, services, and HTTP module. You will learn how to handle data and forms to make HTTP requests. Whether you're new to Angular or looking to enhance your existing skills, this course is designed to take you from beginner to advanced levels. We will tackle practical examples, work on projects, and even develop into some advanced topics to ensure you have a well-rounded understanding of Angular. We will build a real-world application including features like user authentication, dashboard, search and filter, responsive design, HTTP client, form handling, testing, and deployment. Well, how to follow this course? Practice as you learn is the main key to gain the most out of this course. Complete the course project, utilize the official Angular documentation. Every topic in chapter has a timestamp for easy navigation. If you want to watch one chapter, you can always come back by clicking on the next chapter, which makes it easy to follow this long course. By the end of this course, you will be equipped with the knowledge and skills to build your own Angular application from scratch. You'll have a solid foundation to explore more complex Angular topics and continue your learning journey. Without further ado, let's get started with Angular. Hello and welcome back to our Angular course. In this video, we are going to walk through the process of setting up your local development environment for Angular. This is crucial for first step that will enable you to start building Angular application efficiently. Whether you are a complete beginner or looking to refresh your setup, this guide will ensure that you have everything you need to dive into Angular development. So let's get started. Before we dive into technical setup, let's quickly discuss what is meant by development environment. For Angular, this primarily involves installing Node.js and NPM, which stands for Node Package Manager, which are essential for running Angular CLI commands. And Angular CLI is a powerful tool that simplifies many tasks in your development workflow, such as creating new projects, generating components, and running your application. So we'll follow this official documentation to set up the local development environment. The official documentation you gotta visit is angular.dev. If you have a previous experience with Angular, you might have come across with angular.io, which is the older version of Angular documentation. Angular has made some amazing changes to the new website. We'll be following the latest Angular documentation. So to set up your local development environment, click on Docs and go to Angular CLI and click on Local Setup. We'll follow this guide to set up our local development environment. But before you think about setting up your local development environment, there are some options available online which will get you up and running with Angular setup in few seconds. One of them is mentioned in Angular official documentation. It's Stack Blitz, and I have that open here. You can actually sign up to Stack Blitz using your GitHub account. There are some other options like a CodePen, which you can sign up and you will get started with Angular in no time. Rapidly is another option, so you can just log in with Google and you will be able to create your Angular project. But the best is StackBlitz, which is recommended by Angular team. Let's go back to your local setup. So first of all, there are some pre-dependencies that we need to install. We need a node. You can download, it will already know which operating system you're using. If I click on recommended for most user, you'll see it knows I'm on a Mac and install .pkg file, which is compatible with macOS. Click on other downloads. You will be able to select whether you are on a Mac, but you'll be able to select the Windows installer as well. So I clicked on Windows installer and it installed this .msi. If you're working with front-end development, one of the main software that you should install on your machine is Git, which will be able to help you to commit, push the code on GitHub, and when you complete your project, you'll be able to share that repository with other viewers of this course. So install Git, you just go to git-sm, just go to git-scm.com and click on download for Mac. You'll be able to install this for a Mac or Windows or even for Linux. So install Git. Welcome. In this video, we're going to create a fresh project of Angular using Angular CLI. I'm going to open the terminal, and if you're on Windows, you can open command prompt or git bash, which you will get if you install Git or even PowerPoint. And first you need to check Node version. So I have the latest version of Node installed. I'm going to check npm-version. I have the latest version of npm installed. Next command is to install Angular CLI, which will use npm install -g at angular/CLI. I've already installed Angular CLI, therefore I'm not going to press enter, but please press enter. This will install Angular CLI for you. Now let's go back to official documentation. We have this step. If you use Windows and use PowerShell, you need to run this command to make sure you'll be able to set up your project. There are some Unix permission. If you're on a Linux, you might need to use this sudo to be able to install Angular CLI globally. Now let's use this command to create a new workspace. I'm going to use ngnew and I'm going to pass in the application name. So just say app. Press enter. When you're creating a new Angular application, it allows you to select your CSS or pre-processed CSS like Sass, less. Most probably you're going to be working with SCSS, which is like most commonly used with Angular. I'll use this SCSS. And now it's asking you want to use the server-side rendering. Just press no for now, and it's going to create your Angular workspace. It is now installing Angular packages which are required to run your Angular application. Once you see these commands goes away, that means all the packages are installed for your Angular project. After that, we will open this folder into our IDE. There are many options to choose from, but the most probably it will be VS Code. Okay, so the project is created. I'll just use the terminal neo-vim to open this. And I'm going to use this app folder. And then you'll see we have our project created. Now, in this, there are many files. I don't expect you to use Vim because that takes a lot of effort to learn. I will open this project in VS Code in the next video. Welcome. In this video, we're going to run the application we created in the previous video. So I'll go to File Explorer, click on Open Folder, and I go to where my folder is for app. So I'll go to Courses, App, and I'm going to click on Open. If you notice, currently I'm using VS Code. That is not really the choice of my daily coding. But for this course, I will be using WebStorm. WebStorm is another IDE by JetBrains, but you can also use VS Code. The process is the same, and I believe if you're watching this video, you're not going to be using VS Code for the first time because you already should know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript or TypeScript before you can start learning Angular. So the familiarity with creating files, opening files should already be there. I'll go through some of the file structure using VS Code, but we will basically use WebStorm for most of the course. So let's go start with what is this about. So here, if you look at, we got this folder structure now automatically created for Angular CLI. The easiest way to run the application in VS Code is going to package.json file and looking at this start NX script and running this start script. You can run it both ways. If you hover your cursor, you'll see this option run script, or you can open terminal in VS Code. So I'll click on terminal, click on new terminal, and I can run npm start command. Once you do that, you will see your application is building, and it was very quick to build the application because really it has nothing right now. One thing you notice, we have this localhost port 4200, and that's where our application is running. I'll go to Chrome and we use localhost 4200, and you will see this is our brand new application created by Angular CLI. In the next video, we'll talk about the folder structure for this project. Let's talk about folder structure created by Angular CLI. All of these files are generated automatically. To read about what are these files and what they do within the project, the best way to read about them is from Angular official documentation. Once you go to angular.dev file, you need to click on a reference. Then you click on configuration, file structure, which is where we want to go to. It explains the project file structure and a workspace. We use this command ngnew my project or ngnew app to generate this project. If we go down, you will see the workspace configuration file. By looking at our files, we see that we have all of these files that are mentioned in the documentation. For example, this editor config file, which basically configures the code editors like VS Code or WebStorm. If you look at some other files like tsconfig.json file, which is your configuration file for your TypeScript, Angular uses TypeScript, that's why this file is going to be there, and we can read here. So this is the base TypeScript configuration in the workspace. All configuration file inherit from the base file. So what you have is a base tsconfig file, and you have other files that are basically take configuration or inherit from this base file. So given our project, if you look at, we have tsconfig.json file, but also we have this tsconfig.app.json file. And if I open this file, you'll see it extends the tsconfig.json file. Next file we have is a package.json file. So here you'll see it says this configures and installs dependencies for your project. Now, one of the main packages that Angular requires is Angular Core and Angular Compiler. And then you also have this Angular Common, Angular Animation. Basically, all of these packages are required for you to run Angular application and build Angular application. So these are all the dependencies, but we also have a development dependencies of Angular. One of them is Angular CLIs. Angular CLI is very important because it is going to run your project and also build your project. There's also Angular Dev Kit build Angular, RxJS, which is the library that Angular uses under the hood to do some reactive programming. So that's our packages. Next file we're going to look at is angular.json file. So if we go to documentation, and Angular.json is basically a CLI configuration for all projects in the workspace, including configuration option for how to build, serve, and test each project. Currently, if you look at, I'm going to just expand this. If you look at the project section here, we only have app, which means we only have one project. But if you create multiple projects within your Angular workspace, you will see multiple projects here. And here we have the configuration for app, and then it talks about the type of your application, then semantics. For example, if I go to package.json file and I will run this build script, let's run that. You will see it is going to make a build, also put that in a dist folder. You see that we have a dist folder of Angular CLI that created this build. The configuration is mentioned here. It says output path would be dist/app. So that's about it for this configuration file. If you want to look at the full detail guide, you can click on Angular Workspace. That will take you to Angular Workspace configuration, which is the second tab in this section. On this page, you can read about everything that is configurable in Angular project. In this page, you find everything, but you don't have to remember everything. You can always refer to this page if you want to find out or learn about some particular configuration. This is the best place to figure out what each configure option in Angular.json file do. Next, let's take a look at what this .angular folder. This is basically created by Angular CLI. When you build your project, it caches it. So next time when you build it, it will be very, very fast. So if I go and then say npm build command, you'll see it will be so quick because it has cached everything within this folder. Usually you don't have to touch this folder, you don't have to create any file in this one. It is just for Angular to keep track of what is already built, so every new build is faster. .vs folder is basically VS Code configuration folder. Node modules is where all the packages are installed. Source folder is the folder where your actual code goes. So if you look at the file structure and we go down to source, it says it is the source files for your root level application. In the source folder, we have this app folder, which contains all the source code for your Angular applications. For example, currently we have app component. So app component has 4 files. According to convention from Angular team, we should be creating components HTML file, CSS file, spec file, and TypeScript file. These 4 files makes one component, but we will talk about what are these files shortly. We also have this app.config.ts file, app.routes.ts file. One thing we want to talk about is main.ts file. If I open main.ts file, we see that we have a few imports. The first import is a function, which is bootstrap application from Angular/platform browser package. And then we are importing this app config file and then app component file. We're using that bootstrap application function, which takes 2 parameters. The first parameter is which component you want to use to bootstrap your application. In this case, we're using app component, which is our main entry component. We're passing it app config, which is the config for your application. Then we just have this catch to catch any errors and just logging the error. Now, next file is the index.ts file. This is your main entry file for your all UI stuff. And usually this file contains only the first root component, which in this case is app-root. So if you go and open app component.ts file, you will see here we have this app-root, which is the selector for this component. And this is our initial component where it gets bootstrapped. We'll talk about this app routes, app config later in the course, but let's talk about some more folder structure. Next, we have this assets folder. Well, this is just the asset folder where you can put all your images, your fonts, any static files that you want to use in your application. Usually goes in assets folder. This is by convention. So if I go and read this paragraph, it says it contains images and other asset files to be served as a static files by the dev server and copied as when you build your application. So that's your assets folder. We have this favicon.ioc. This is just a logo which browser reads, and the way it reads it, if you look at index.html file here, it using this link tag and passing it rel, and then type is image/x icon, and then the href, which is favicon.ic your file. Next, we have this style.sys file. This is your global style file. So if I look at the style.css file, which is basically global CSS style applied to the entire application. Any classes, any CSS styles you write in this one will be applied or will be accessible to your application. Okay, so I guess that's about it for the folder structure. Let's start looking at Angular core concept in the next section of this course. Components are fundamental building block of creating applications in Angular. Components provide structure for organizing your project into easy to understand parts with clear responsibilities so that your code is maintainable and scalable. When we generated our applications, we got this app component automatically generated for us. I'm going to open this HTML file, CSS file, spec file, and TS file. When you generate a component in Angular, you can create 4 files following this naming convention. You don't have to follow this naming convention. For example, you could name this CSS file to abc.component.css file, or you could create abc xyz whatever.component.html file. Basically, the main file of a component is TypeScript file, which has this app component decorator, which is imported via this Angular core package. Every component has the following core properties. It has a component decorator that contains some configuration. For example, if you look at our app component, we have this app component decorator use following with the JSON object, which includes some configuration. It also needs an HTML template that controls what renders into the DOM, a CSS selector, which in this case is app-root, a TypeScript class, which in this case is export class app component. TypeScript class will include all the behaviors such as managing state, handling user input, or fetching data from a server related to component. There are some other properties like standalone. This is the recommended approach of streamlining the authoring experience of components. By Angular 17, when you use the Angular CLI to generate a new project, by default, it creates every component as a standalone. But if you have a little bit of a background of Angular, maybe you tried to learn Angular in the past, you would see that the way the application is being bootstrapped here, it's totally different than before. It used to be a module based, so you could create an app module.ts file, which includes the root component, and then you have all the configuration within the module. Now, if you make a component standalone, that means that it also handles all its dependencies. I know that might not make sense at all right now, but we'll talk about what are the dependencies. Right now, the imports array includes the router outlet, which is again a dependency of this component. As I mentioned before, you could create an HTML file with any name. All you had to do is to change the name here or make sure that you match the path. You could write an HTML directly here. For example, if I use template, and I could create a template right here. But the best way to do it is by creating a separate HTML file and write all your HTML template in that file and provide a path here. Same goes for the style URL. I don't need to define a separate file for styles. I could just go ahead and then say styles and then get this array. We can start writing all the styles here. But the convention is to create a separate Sass file and then include that in style URLs for a component. This is our Angular first component. Let's run this application by going to the terminal, and I'll just use the npm start command. If you use WebStorm, you could see this Angular CLI script already created for you. So all you had to do was click on this play button here. So application is running. I'm going to open that application in the browser, which is going to be localhost 4200 by default. That's the port. There you go, application running. Now let's clean up this component before we wrap this video. Let's go back to WebStorm, and I'm going to go to app component, and here I'm going to delete everything, and I'm going to type app component in an h1 tag. Once I do that, you see the server gets refreshed. And then if we look at our application now, you'll see it says app component. Now let's say if we want to change any style, I go to app component.sass file and I'll just simply say h1. And let's just say background color or color to be, let's just say this color. And we go there, and then as you can see now, our styles are being applied. So this is just one component, but what we do is in Angular or in any other front-end framework, we break our application into many smaller components, which makes it easy to maintain the code and scalability of your application. Let's take a look at the documentation, whatever we learned so far. I'm going to go to Chrome and we scroll down to this page. Here it talks about how do we define a component. You can read about it. This is what I already explained to you guys. Next, we go down and then it talks about separating HTML and CSS file into separate files, basically using this template URL and a style URL. Next, we got this using a component. How do we use this component? Basically, you can use this component by using the selector. Now, if I go back and then you see this app root that is actually being used in index.html file, this is a line where it gets used. Now, once we create our own component, we will look at how do we use multiple components while writing, but also how do we create multiple components within one component. Next essential topic we want to cover in this video is managing dynamic data. When you define a component, you define its state and behaviors. So what is a state? Component lets you neatly encapsulate responsibility for a discrete part of your application. For example, the name of the user that is using the component, or its age, or any property that you want to update its state, track, and render. I will go to documentation and we click on managing dynamic data. Here it talks about what is a state and how do you define that state. You see you got two variables here, and one of them is task title and is complete. What I'm going to do, go back to WebStorm and we're going to go to app component TS file. Here we have a state, which is a variable named title. I'm going to just say person, and in TypeScript, you should already familiar, we can define a type. And I'll just say person John. When these app components get rendered, it also contains a state with these three properties. We go back to documentation and now it talks about how do we update the state. For example, if you call this function, which is complete task, we can use this, which refers to the class itself, and then the variable that you want to update, followed by equal to sign and its value. Same as update title, it is a function in TypeScript that takes a parameter new title and uses this, which refers to class, which is to-do list item, and then followed by the equal to and then new state. In our example, if I want to update the age, then we could use this.age plus equal to 1, which means every time this function gets called, the age will be incremented by 1. We covered how to create variables within the components. Basically, you define a variable, you can define functions. This is the basics of a component state. If you know TypeScript, you understand the variables, you understand functions, and I'm not going to go through into detail. Let's create another function, which is going to update person name for us. So update person, and I will just change the name to Jane Doe from John Doe. Or let's just say hello, just to make it easy to read. Now I'm going to run the application. You could go to terminal and then use npm start script, but you could also use this play button if you are using WebStorm. I'm going to click on this play button and it's going to run the same command for us, npm start, and now our application is running on localhost 4200. Let's go to Chrome and I'll refresh. Here we go. We got this app component. And let's just say you want to read these values into your application and show the values. Well, I'm going to open app component and we'll go to app component TS file on the side. Now within app component, we use this syntax of double curly brackets. For example, here. And if I press Control space, you'll see the properties available for you to use. For example, age, person, title, update age, and update person. So let's say I'll select person and I'll save. Next, we're going to look at if that gets rendered. Here you go. So you got this John Doe. Now, if I go ahead and then use this person.age, it's going to throw an error, and Angular is going to tell you that property of age does not exist on type string. So we made a mistake, but Angular 17 or latest version of Angular is pretty smart when it comes to showing the error. Now I'm going to remove this and we're just going to render age. As you can see, it says John Doe 30. So if I type here, for example, I create an h1 tag and I will use person, and then here I will say name and then space, give it age, and then close the h1 tag. Now I look at this John Doe age 30, that's what it's getting rendered. So it is still rendering the string, but also reading the value from your property of your component, which in this case is John Doe, and age is 30. So this curly bracket syntax can read property values from your component, and also it can read strings. You might be wondering what type of data it can render. Well, it can render string, numbers, pretty much all the data types that TypeScript has, including JSON object. For example, if I go ahead and then create JSON object, and I'll just add some values like name and age, and what we need to do is just fix the typo. And here now I can run person, just person. To render JSON object, I'll just go start double curly brackets and then type JSON object. And now when we look at the application, it says object object. Well, why it is not rendering the values? Well, there is a hack here. Let's talk about it later in detail, but what you can use is pipe. Pipe is like a utility function in Angular that gives you ability to render and parse the JSON object. So if I type JSON here and I will import the JSON pipe, and then now you can see it will render name John Doe, age 30, and it has this curly brackets and double quotes as well. So it looks like a JSON object. Now anything can be rendered using different pipes or numbers, integers, any data type can be rendered using curly brackets. Next, we're going to look at dynamic properties. When you need to dynamically set the value of a standard DOM property on an HTML element, the property is wrapped in square bracket. Square brackets are used to inform Angular that the declared value should be interpreted as a JavaScript-like statement instead of a plain string. Now, for example, I will create a button element, and for now we just name it button1. I'll save that, go to the app, and I can see we can click on button1. But if I want to disable this by using a property which will be defined in app component, I'll have to use the square bracket syntax for dynamic properties. First, let's create a variable and I'll name it disabled. We set that to boolean false. And then I will press Control space and you'll see different sort of properties available for this element. I'll use disabled and disabled. Now don't get confused from this disabled to this disabled. This is actually the property on an HTML element, and this is the value of this variable that we define in a component. Now if I save this and go to app, now you can see I can still click on the button1, but I will make this true. Save, and now you can see the button is disabled because this disable is now being interpreted JavaScript-like statement. I could also just type here to true, and you can see this is also disabled. If I change this to false, then you can see it is now clickable. Now this part here is like JavaScript statement. You can type a JavaScript right here. And I can say, for example, let's just say disabled equal to, and we can say true, then true, otherwise false. Okay, now you can see that this is going to be a JavaScript like statement, but it's going to be interpreted by Angular compiler. If I go in here, you can see the button is disabled because disabled equal to true, then false. So if I just want to invert it, I'll make this false and make this true. Now you can see it is clickable, but if I go ahead and then change disabled to false, it is actually going to make it disabled. So we inverted the value. We also have a dynamic attributes. You could actually use this square bracket syntax. So for example, if I want to add some data property to it, for example, a test ID for E2E testing for your Angular application. So I'll use a square bracket and then dash and then the value. So let's say test ID. And then I can read that, or I can specify the value right here. Now, one thing to mention is this is going to cause an error because we're passing this as a string. If you want to pass that as a string, you need to wrap it in a single quotes and say hello. We can see there is an error. That's because we cannot bind to test ID since it is not a noun. In order this to work, we need to prepare the custom attribute with the attr prefix. So I'll type that attr. Next, we're going to look at dynamic properties. When you need to dynamically set the value of a standard DOM property on an HTML element, the property is wrapped in square bracket. Square brackets are used to inform Angular that the declared value should be interpreted as a JavaScript-like statement instead of a plain string. Now, for example, I will create a button element, and for now, we just name it button1. I'll save that, go to the app, and I can see we can click on button1. But if I want to disable this by using a property which will be defined in app component, I'll have to use the square bracket syntax for dynamic properties. First, let's create a variable, and I'll name it disabled. We set that to boolean false, and then I will press Control space, and you'll see different sort of properties available for this element. I'll use disabled and disabled. Now don't get confused from this disabled to this disabled. This is actually the property on an HTML element, and this is the value of this variable that we define in a component. Now if I save this and go to app, now you can see I can still click on the button1, but I will make this true. Save, and now you can see the button is disabled because this disable is now being interpreted JavaScript-like statement. I could also just type here to true, and you can see this is also disabled. If I change this to false, then you can see it is now clickable. Now this part here is like JavaScript statement. You can type a JavaScript right here, and I can say, for example, let's just say disabled equal to, and we can say true, then true, otherwise false. Okay, now you can see that this is going to be a JavaScript like statement, but it's going to be interpreted by Angular compiler. If I go in here, you can see the button is disabled because disabled equal to true, then false. So if I just want to invert it, I'll make this false and make this true. Now you can see it is clickable, but if I go ahead and then change disabled to false, it is actually going to make it disabled. So we inverted the value. Now, this is how you can render dynamic properties on an HTML DOM. We also have a dynamic attributes. So in the event you want to dynamically bind a custom HTML attribute to your element, you could actually use this square bracket syntax. So for example, if I want to add some data property to it, for example, a test ID for E2E testing for your Angular application. So I'll use a square bracket and then dash and then the value. So let's say test ID. And then I can read that, or I can specify the value right here. Now, one thing to mention is this is going to cause an error because we're passing this as a string. If you want to pass that as a string, you need to wrap it in a single quotes and say hello. So data dash is causing an issue. I think that's because there's a configuration in TypeScript that we need to set, but you could actually add dynamic attributes like that. Let me just add another ID and save. You see that it says cannot bind data to site since it isn't a known element. So what you need to do is you need to mark this button as a web component. because it unfortunately this will not, because custom element attributes are not standard DOM properties. So in order this to work, we need to prepare the custom attribute with the attr prefix. So I'll type that attr dash, and now you will see it is going to work. So this way you can basically enable the custom HTML attribute. Before we jump to the next topic, I'll take you to documentation and we'll show you where all this information is coming from, so you could refer to the official documentation. So you got to go click on docs, and then you click on essentials. Within essentials, you have this page, conditionals and loops. So you learn for loop here, else, and then the for loop. So next is the handling user interaction. So whatever I showed you is available here. We're going to touch base these topics in details later in the video, but this was just a brief introduction to, because we need to understand some basics before we can start building a project. So there's another topic which is sharing services. Basically, I'm not going to touch base this, except going to go through the documentations quickly. The services are in Angular basically a reusable code that can be injected into different components. For example, you need a similar logic between different components. You could create a service and share that functionality. So as the documentation refers to it, I'll just read that. Service is a reusable piece of code that can be injected. The way you create a service is very, very simple. Basically, you need to import injectables from Angular core package, use the injectable decorator, and then just pass in provided in root. Basically, I'll go through this in details, but root here means that there's going to be one instance of this service which will be attached to the root of your application. You can create a multiple services or multiple instance of this service, and here we have a class. So basically this is like a class that, you know, attached to this injectable decorator, which makes this class as a service, and it has one function add, which takes two parameters x and y, and then just add them and return the value. So once you add this is going to be very, very easy for Angular compiler to find wherever you create that. Doesn't matter, you have to put it into a specific file structure. You just create a service and then make sure that it's in their app folder, and then the Angular compiler will find that. Now, how do we use service? Basically, we can use services many different ways. There is a whole topic of dependency injections. Now, Angular 17 latest documentation, you know, just recommends to use this inject function. But over the 10 years of Angular, this has been a constructor-based dependency injection, which we will go through, because you might work in a company where you will have the old code, and I want to make sure that you understand ins and outs of Angular so you don't have any problem going and using the older version of Angular as well. All right. Going to start looking at components in details, but we're going to be learning how to use components and build components and share data. There's a lot of things that we will be looking at, but we will be looking at by building a project. And I'll talk about what project we're going to be building in this course. I have this Figma file, which is a simple to-do application, and we will try to build this application by learning Angular components. That's going to be a fun project which will help you to get up and running with Angular components and all in details knowledge that you need to know. Let's start by creating a fresh project. I'm going to be using IntelliJ IDEA. Click on new project, and I have this option to create a project using Angular CLI, and I will just create a project Todo App. Let's create this. Now in IntelliJ, you see the option here which says create a new project with standalone components. Well, that's what you should be doing, but if you uncheck this, there will be one flag which will make this project with the older version of Angular, and you will initialize this project using a module. But I'll check this and I'll click on create. This will create us a to-do application. Our project is created. Let's run this by clicking on this play button. I'll click on play. Let's open localhost 4200 and you'll see our to-do application, which is a fresh Angular project, has been created. Now at this stage, we could actually go ahead and then build a to-do application by learning components. But the problem is all of this UI is actually going to take a lot of time. And I want to focus on Angular instead of building this nice UI. So we'll try to match the UI like this, but we're not going to be focusing on UI. So the easiest way to build this UI is using third-party library. Angular has Angular Material Library, which is the most famous and compatible library using with Angular. So this is actually supported by Angular team. Whenever there's a new version of Angular, this library will get updated and will be compatible with the latest version of Angular. It's very easy to get started with this. This is basically a bunch of Angular components which are already styled for you to use. Don't worry, we're going to be learning how to build our own components, but we can actually use the components which are coming from Angular Material for just a quick UI. All you need is just this command, ng-add Angular Material. I will just paste that command. Once I paste that command, it's going to ask me a few questions, and I will answer those questions, and we will see what are the questions shortly. So it's asking me if I want to install this package. I'll press Y and enter. It's going to ask you which theme to use. Angular Material comes with 4 themes, so I'll use just the first one, which is Indigo. And I'll just press Y, enter for typography, and I'll just include and enable animations as well. So now it's installing packages for us. And once the package is installed, you will notice your fresh Angular project has some modification. For example, if you go to main.ts file and you go to app config, in this, you could see that it has something called provide animation async, and it also has this provide router. Other than this, if you look at your package.json file, now you will see Angular Material has been installed as well. And now you can actually start using Angular Material components. Click on play button to start application. Once it's ready, we'll open browser. I'll refresh. Now you'll see we have a to-do application. I made the browser to full screen so you could only see the application. Also, IntelliJ IDEA will look like this so you don't have any distraction at all. All you need to see is just a file structure and an app on the right. Now, if we go to Figma, we need to create this kind of UI. And what we have is a simple H1. I'm going to be using some plain HTML to create a container for this card in our app component first. So we'll use a class container. We're going to create a class container. Next, we're going to look at our container. And within this, I'll just make this card. Save. We take a look at our application and I refresh, and now we see that we get a card text right in the middle. In this section of the course, we will learn how to use components from external library, but we will also create our own component and then use it in app component. So let me take you to the documentation. Here we got Angular Material, which is a design component library for Angular. It is officially supported by Angular team. So we will learn how to use Angular Material library, which will help us to build a UI very, very easily, but also learn how to use external Angular libraries. So let's go to the code, and we can check that in the package.json file. Let me open package.json file. Here we got Angular Material already. So we're ready to use Angular Material. On the right, we can see we have a card, which is in app component.html file. Now I'm going to create a simple card, but instead of creating my own design for a card, I will just use the Angular Material card. So here in the Angular Material, you click on components and then search for a card. Here we have a card. Now the way you use Angular Material library is by looking at the code samples they provided. For example, here we got this simple card, and I want to know how do I use this. Well, you click on this little button here, and then they'll give you the HTML of it and then the TypeScript for it. This card component is exported from this module. And what I can do is simply just copy this line and then import that in our code. I will go to component file, and above here, I'll just paste that. Now, to be able to use this mat card module, we'll need to import that because we're using standalone component. We're going to have to import that directly in our component where we're using it. So I've imported the mat card component. Now, let's refresh, and you see the page is loaded and we have a simple card. You can see we got this simple card. I'll take you to documentation and we'll read about some of the basic sections provided by this card component. So we imported card module, which comes with basic card section. For example, there is a mat card header, a content, image, actions, and footer, and here's a description for that. Now, to be able to use this section, you need to use this mat card element, and then in mat card, you can use these components. You also have padding, there's an example for card headers. For example, within the card header, you have some more sections. So a card header can contain any content, but there are several predefined elements. So you can add whatever HTML you want to add in the card header. But if you use this mat card title, sub header, and this card avatar, it'll give you some more styling automatically. So let's start by adding a card header. So I'll use mat card header component. Within this, I'll use mat card title, and within this, we'll just say to do application. I'll save that, and you'll see we have this card header and with the title. And let me remove this H1. We don't need that anymore. Here we have a card content. I would like to make this empty for now. Here we have a to-do applications, and I would like to make some adjustment to the styling. So if you look at the documentation, you have this card padding. You can provide a padding depending on what your style is. But what it talks about is the element itself does not add any padding around its content. This allows developer to customize the padding. And you can actually type any CSS value or any class that you want to use for padding. You can do that. So it's always good to read the documentation. The exercise that I'm doing here is to show you how you go and read about these components and find out what you can achieve from them, which is already built component. So we got this to-do application, and let's add another component from Angular material, which is going to be the input field. Let's say if I just say input, and we just set the type to text, and let's just close that. You'll see we got an input field where you can start typing, but that doesn't really look good. So instead of this simple input element, I'll go to documentation and I'll find there's another input component which looks like this. So we'll just copy the code from here and then use this input field. I'll click on view code, I'll copy that, and then I'll copy the imports required for that. And there's some CSS as well for your form if you want to add that as well. So let's go to the code, and then first of all, I'll go to the TypeScript file, and here you see imports are done already for mat input module, form module, a form module which is from Angular. Now we go back to the TypeScript HTML file, and I'll just paste the form which I copied here. Now you'll see we got this mat form field. I'll just remove this text area field, and then we have a simple field which says favorite food, sushi. So first of all, let's go ahead and then remove the label from food to add to do, and then the placeholder, we just leave that empty for now. And we don't need a value sushi as well because we're gonna use simple form for now. And we have this add to do. I'll just type here, and I'll just start typing the to do. Let's add some styling to our to do application card. I'll open the file, which is going to be the style file for this component. And I'm going to open this at the bottom so you can see both. I will use this mat card component directly, which is just have one instance right now, so which is okay. We will simply give it a width of, let's say, 80%, and I'll make it bigger. I'm also going to target this input field to make it bigger as well. For that, we'll just create a class we'll say full width, and we will change this mat form field to full width, and I'm gonna put width as 100%. I'll make it, all the way there. Now I will go ahead and then just create another section for this, which will be mat card footer. And we got the footer now, and I'll go to the documentation again. And we're gonna go to card documentation and click on example. And here's some action button examples. So we'll just copy that. So we got mat action button. I'll copy that. And in footer, we'll just paste them. So we got two buttons, like and share, which we can change. The styling is not correct. So let's take a look. The reason for that is we need to import this directive mat button import statement. And then we want to go and grab Angular/material/button. And then we will just import mat button module. And then we're going to add that here as well. So mat button module, add a comma. Once you do that, then you'll see the styling is now correct because we imported this module, which was required for these two directives. Now let's create another card which will show the list of to-dos that we've already added, which is, here's our second card, which basically has just a subtitle, to-do list, and just an empty mat card component. Now you'll see that the application is looking very different, and that's because I've added some CSS, and I didn't want to spend a lot of time to explain what is this CSS about, because this is not about training a CSS. So here's the CSS classes that I created. Please copy those and then put them into style file. And then you can also take a look at where you need to put this. You need to just put this full width, and then you have another class container column and margin V, which are listed here. And they should be very self-explanatory for you. Now we're going to start implementing the functionality for to-do list. We need to have a to-do list, but we need to come up with the interface or a structure for our to-dos. So right above in the component, I will use this interface, and I will name the interface is to-do. And I'll just add to-do interface. And then in this, we will need an ID for a to-do, which can be just a number. And we will need a value, which is going to be string in this case. Now we're going to create a list of to-dos. So we'll just say to-do list, and then that would be to-do interface and an array. And then this will be just an empty array for now. But just for demonstration purposes, I'm just going to add a to-do, which is going to take an ID. We'll just say num1, and then we'll just use a value to say our static to-do. Okay, let me just add some indentation. Now in Angular, we already know that we can actually use the binding. So let's go to template file. I'm going to use the Angular binding to render the static to-do. If you use this double curly syntax and then type to-do and then just press enter, you see that we have the object and object. But we're going to read a value from index 0 and dot value. And you'll see it says our static to-do. To be able to render all the to-dos that we will add dynamically, we need to use a loop. So I will use another component from Angular material. So let's go to documentation, and here we are going to look for a list. So here is a list. I'll use the code, and I would like to use this mat list, and then I'll just copy this import statement as well. Now we'll go to the TypeScript file of the component, and we are going to import the mat module. And I'm going to actually fix some indentation by moving this each line because it's just easier to read. And we will add mat list module, add a comma. And then here, instead of this list item, we're going to use a loop. So you can actually use ng-for, which is like the old syntax that you can use. So just use let to do of to do list. And here we can use to do. We need to import common module. So if I use the web-some function, I'll say import ng-for of. And now if I save the file, you'll see it says object, because we need to use dot value. And then you say it says our static to do. Now, what did it import? Import this ng-for of. Now, as of the latest in Angular, you could use actually ng-for of directly, or you could just use this common module from Angular. So if I use common module, and that will still make it work because the common module exports ng-for of as well. And there's also a new syntax to do the same thing. For example, I'll just comment this line out and I'll use this for, and then we will use to do or to do list followed by the track property. In this case, we're gonna track by to do.id. You can use this mat list item and you can give it a role of list item, and simply you can render to do dot value, and you'll see it will do the same thing. This is the latest syntax, and that's the old way of doing it, which is still valid. We're going to use the latest version of Angular, and we don't need this older ng-for directive. So I'll just remove that line and we'll follow the latest syntax of Angular. Now let's go to the TypeScript file, and within TypeScript file, I'll just make multiple copies of this, and we need to add comma, and we'll just make some copies. Once I do that, if I go change the value, let's say second to do, you'll see the Angular is rendering depending on our data. So third to do, and then the last to do. We need to be able to add to-dos by typing it here and then using this add button to add the to-do. Now let's add the function. We will name that function as add to-do, and this is going to read the property from the form. So we'll just say value, and that will be a type of to-do interface. And this is going to return nothing so far. Now we'll just get rid of all the to-dos from here, and I'll just keep the empty array for now, because we're going to use this add to-do button to actually add a to-do. Let's call this function from our template. So I'll go to HTML file, and where we have this button, I will simply click on it by using the click event, and we call add to do. Right now, the add to do value is it's causing an error because we have the parameter for this function. So what I'll do, I'll just get rid of that for now, and I'll just say console.log, and we'll just simply say adding to do. Now, if I open the console for this web page, let me just bring it over, and we'll make it smaller size. I'll just choose the console. We need to make the size a little bit down. So if I click on add to do, you see it says adding to do, which is, calling the function now. Now to be able to add the function, we need to read the value for that particular form, what we type here. So we have a function, we have this mat form input field. I'm going to read the value for it. So what I'll do here is basically add a two-way binding using ng model. So if I go ahead and then use this ng model, and we will use this two-way binding, and we'll just say to do form value. Now you'll see that once I add that, it's going to throw an error. It says if ng model is within the form tag, either a name attribute must be provided. So we'll just say name to be to do. Once we do that, the error goes away. Now, whatever I type in this is actually going to add the binding. So let's just say we will read the value. Let's go here, just after the form. I'll use this to do form value, And right now that is empty, but if I start typing anything, you will see the value is being rendered. So there's a two-way binding using ng model, which I will explain. I think we already talked about it. So now what I'll do here is every time I call the add to do button, if this value is not empty, we can simply add a to do. So let's go to add to do button, and we'll just say if this dot to do form value dot length is greater than 0, then we're gonna just read the value. We just say to do, create a variable, let's say to do, and then the ID, let's just say we can just use the math dot random. Actually, I don't want to make it so complex. So what I'll do, just get the number. So the easier way to get the number for that to do would be say this dot to do form value dot length. And then the value is going to be this dot to do form value and then the value. Actually, I made a mistake here. It's not gonna be this value, but we can say this dot to do list dot length. Okay, and then we will just use this dot to do list dot push, and we will just push to do. Okay, now let's go and add our first to do. I'll just close that console. So just say this is my first to do via to do form. If I click on add, you'll see this is our first to do. Now I will just go ahead and then say hello world is my second to do, and I can just keep adding. Now this is good, so far so good. So we added to do from the form field. Now it's time for us to actually add a button to actually delete a to do. So I will go ahead and then create a new function. Let's say delete to do console log first, console log, and we'll just say ID. Okay, let's try to get ID from that first. Now I'll just add some random to dos. You see there's no delete button. So we'll go to the HTML file. First of all, let's add this to do value within span. So I will use span. Then we're gonna add a button. Let's create a button, and we're gonna use this mat button directive, and we're just gonna say delete. And now I don't see any to do, and that's a problem. Every time I refresh the application, I have to go and add to do. So to fix that, basically just a hack, we can add one to do by default, which is going to help us not type a lot. So I'll just add one, and then the value, let's say, over the static to do. So this will always be there. So you see we have this delete button now. Now let's go to HTML file again. And from here, we're going to call a function delete. So where is the delete? Okay, here's the button. We will use click event and call the delete to do. And we're going to pass in to do.id, which is going to be the ID that we're trying to delete. So now if I go to console, and I'll just add some to-dos. Let's go ahead and add some to-dos. And every time I click on delete, you'll see it logs the ID. Let's say it's 3, and then 2, and then 1, and then this is 1, I guess. That's again 1. So the ID, we just should type as 0 here. That's the logic that we need to add. If I click on delete, you see it's logging 0 now. So now let's go ahead and then add the functionality to actually delete that. We can use the splice method on array. So what I'll do, this dot to do list dot splice, and we can pass an index, which is going to be our ID in this case, and we just pass the delete count to be just 1. Let's save it. And now I'm going to make the application full screen, and we'll just say just random to-dos. Let's say just random to-dos, add random to-do. And now let's say if I click on delete, that goes away, that goes away, that goes away, that goes away, and that goes away. So it's no longer deleting. Yes, it goes away. goes away and goes away. Even when our static to do goes away, but there's another bug. Click on this delete, it really doesn't have the same value. Maybe the same value that we added, that's the problem. So if I go delete, 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 so actually the last value is not deleting because the index doesn't exist. So that's another problem because the ID doesn't exist for that. So we can fix that problem. For so far, we are able to add to-dos and then just delete them as well. Let me go ahead and then fix the UI quickly and move the delete button to the very right. And the way we can fix that, we go to HTML file, and here we're gonna create a class. So let's create a class, go to style file, and we're just gonna use this to do item, and we're gonna just use display as flex, and then we're gonna justify content, and we can use this space between, and for the width we can use 100%. And now let's go to the list item. We can wrap this in div. So let's say div, and we're gonna add the class to do item here, and then you see that this is okay now. There you go. So far you can add to-dos and then you can delete them. So if I try to delete now, you see it's deleting. So let's go make it a little bigger and then just say add to-dos. We have lots of to-dos, and let's start deleting. And then the last one is not getting deleted. There is a bug, so we can fix that next. Let's make some changes to our UI before we fix that bug. I have two cards here which I don't like at all. I want to just put this to-do list into the same card. So I'm going to make some changes. So first of all, let's grab this mat list component, and we're going to put that right after the form. I will use a div and I put that here, and that will make that, you know, in the same card. Next, we don't need that another second card now. So just to clean up, I'm just going to delete that card completely, and that is gone. Then we need to move this button. Let's cut this button and just put it right after the form. Now, again, this is coming down. What I like to do is just move this add button to this space, so we can just use the input field and then the add button right there. So what I'll do here, I'll just wrap these two into the div. And once I do that, I will just add a class. And a class, we can use this to do item, which is again doing the same thing for this. But because we need to probably make some changes, we'll just use a different class. And I'm gonna just add this class, add to do item class. And that is like, you know, this is the same class, but having one extra, actually one property, which is justify content space between. We just remove that. Okay. Next, we're gonna go to this, and because we're using just one form field and we're using this ng model, we don't really need this form. So I'm just gonna remove this form tag, which will fix some of the CSS stuff. Now, another thing we need to do is add another a kind of like a line after this to-do application. So I would like to add some sort of a padding or a margin, but first let's fix one thing. I want to add a separator from this add to-do to to-do list. So here we have to-do list. I'm going to just use mat card subtitle, and then I will add to-do list. And you'll see it adds that to-do list, but I'd like to add a separator. So I'm taking you to the documentation. There is a good component called divider, which is a very simple component. We'll just copy this. And before you use it, you need to be able to import that as well. So TypeScript file, here's a mat divider module. I'll copy this. So what I'll do here, just add a divider, and I'm going to use the WebStorm power to actually automatically add that. Now you see there's a divider there, and we're going to actually move this outside, and here we're going to add this margin vertical. Okay, that fixes the problem for our divider. And we can actually add the margin vertical as well. So, okay, now that's not required, but that's fine. So here's our to-do list, and then the delete button, and then the add button. Well, let's go to documentation again. We're going to look at the button, and we are going to change its value. So here's like a fab button or an icon button. What I like to do is just look at this flat, and that's the icon button. We just copy this, and I'm gonna add, instead of this deleting, we'll just use paste it. And here we see the delete. We don't need delete. Now we need to be able to use the icon. So here we have an icon here. We just need to use copy this, and we will go to the code, and within the button we'll just paste that, and I need to import this mat icon module as well. Let's use the power from WebStorm to just import it, and here we got this menu icon. And what I want to do is, instead of this menu icon, I'll just use a delete, and that's the delete. Same thing, I would like to copy this line, and instead of add, I will just use add, and that makes it plus sign. And we're gonna change this to mat icon button. Okay, and that's looking good. Now let's cut this and put it, let me cut this button and just put it here. And now again, there's a problem because, you know, it becomes part of the mat form field. That's fine. We don't need that. We'll just leave it outside. And this is mat icon button, and we can use this color as primary. Okay. And we're going to change the color from primary to warning. Actually, danger. Let me find out the colors. So let's go into overview. We need this red color. So yeah, that's just the warn color. Okay, and okay, so that's looking good. Another thing we want to do here is, after this div, we're going to use this mat divider after each item. There you go. So that's looking much better. Now looking good. So let's add another item, and then you can go delete, 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 delete. Okay. Now our application is looking much better. Finally, let's fix that bug. So if I go ahead and add some to-dos, and I'm gonna try deleting the last one, this doesn't work because the ID doesn't exist, and our code is actually deleting via, index. So how do we fix that? Well, the index that we're passing in can be different. So instead of just passing index, we could actually say this dot to do list equal to this dot to do list dot filter, and we could actually filter to do list via ID. And let's delete this line now. And we are going to now try out our functionality. So I'll just use some random to-dos, and I would like to just delete randomly. Let's say this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Now what's happening is, because it's actually filtering by ID what you passed in, which is now working as expected. In this section, we are going to learn how do we create our own custom component. I would like to create a custom component, and would like to show the list of to-dos, basically how many to-dos are there. Now, I'm going to create a new component. So we'll go into to-do, and I would like to create a component right in app file. There's many ways that you could create a component. If you're using VS Code, then you could install Angular extension. It will give you Angular semantics. Or you could go in a WebStorm very easily, use Angular semantics, and that basically allows you to generate all the components, classes, directives, everything that Angular CLI provides. So if I click on component, it's going to ask me the name. We'll just say total to-dos. I click OK, and you'll see the command that it ran was generate component total to-do. And in the default structure, now we have another component. So if I open the Total To-Do TypeScript file, you see that it is a very simple component which has a selector. It is marked as to-do, doesn't have any imports, and a URL to template file and then the style file. Now I'm going to take you to documentation, and we're going to look at this importing and using component. Now let's go back to the code and then just go to HTML file and just say total to-do works. Now the way we can import this component, if I go to app component, simply you can just put that into your import components. Let me make array a little nicer. Okay, so the component that we want to import is by its class name. So if we look at total to do, that's the class name, and that's what we're going to import. So let's say total to do, add a comma, and you see WebStorm automatically adds the import from total to do folder and total to do dot component. Now, because I've added that component, I can actually go to HTML file and reference by selector. So let's go to HTML file, and right below in our actions, I can just say total to do, and that's just a selector which says total to do works. Now, to be able to actually, use the list of to-dos, we need to pass in some values to our custom component. But first, we look at some of the other options. So what we selected, we talked about the selector. So every component defines a CSS selector that determines how the component is used. And whatever the selector you have to use that to be able to render the component. Now, there's a lot of information about TypeScript or CSS selector, but you can go ahead and then read those. This is really CSS and, selectors that really a CSS selector. So this is not, again, a CSS course, so you can read about this. The convention is basically you have to prefix your selector by, let me go to component file. Actually, we need to go to to-do file, to-do TypeScript. You see here total to-do. So if I just remove this app, you see that it's not throwing an error. Now this is okay because, we don't have any strict TypeScript implementation right now. But if you do, then you might have to face an error. But for now, let's just say app total to-do. But we actually created this component by naming it to total to-do. Where does app come from? If you create a new application in Angular world, you'll see you get this angular.json file, which basically defines how your Angular CLI behaves. So if you see here, it says prefixes app. So every component that you generate using Angular CLI, that selector or component will be prefixed by app. If you go ahead and change this, the new component that you create will be prefixed by whatever that you type here. Let's go to the documentation quickly, and we'll look at styling. Styling is pretty straightforward in Angular. If you know CSS, like how do you target element in default HTML or CSS, you can actually target all those properties and even this selector, right? So components can optionally include CSS style that applies to that component. You can also choose to write styles in a separate file, which we already see. If you want to add styles to this component, let me go to the file. So we have a to-do TypeScript file. Instead of this URL, you could actually go ahead and then say styles and then just add an array. And then within this, you can target directly. And we already talked about that. So if I target P element and I just say color to be whatever, and you'll see when I save the file, this P element is, having that color that we define here. But the convention is to actually use the style URL, which means you keep your style separate file. And, if we go to this file, I'll just use the P tag and then just say color to maybe blue color. You see it's applying that text. Now, styling is pretty straightforward. We will have a separate, a section about styling when we finish our project. But before we go ahead, I just want to mention one thing, which is style scoping. So every component has a view encapsulation setting that determines how the framework scopes a component style. There are view encapsulation, emulated, shadow DOM, and a none. And you can specify the mode by using an encapsulation. So let's just say if I go back to the component file, and here I'll just encapsulation and just say view to none, which means that this is actually going to, have styles from outside as well. For example, if now I go ahead and then use the app component CSS file and just target the p tag to, let's say, of color red. Let's find something like dark red. Okay. And now if I save this file and I go back to p tag, you'll see if I remove this, you'll see that the p tag now doesn't have the red color. But let's just say if I go to app component and I change its encapsulation to re-encapsulation none, you'll see now the styles for this p tag is getting applied. So basically, it doesn't have an encapsulation. And to actually show you, we can just remove this, because when you don't define the view encapsulation to none, the app component has its style scope, which means it does not affect it to do. So if I take this, let's cut this p tag, and we go to main style.css file, and I just put it here, and then you will see, because the to-do component doesn't have an encapsulation enabled by view encapsulation to none, it is taking the color property from the global CSS. Because the app component has the encapsulation, that's why it's not leaking its style. That's why it was not getting affected. But now it is getting affected because, we have the style CSS up there. Now let's go to documentation. Here you can read about the, dot emulated versus shadow DOM versus none. Let's quickly talk about it. So by default, if you don't specify the encapsulation, Angular uses the emulated encapsulation so that the component style only applies to the elements defined in a component template. So in this mode, the framework generates a unique HTML attribute for each component insert and adds that attribute to elements in the component template and insert that attribute to set selected defined in the component style. So please read about this, and because you're learning Angular, I would expect you to already know about the web components and the shadow DOM. Again, this shadow DOM, this mode scopes the style within the component using the standard shadow DOM API. So if I open this in a new tab, here is a guide on Mozilla Developer Network about using shadow DOM. So make sure you read this. This is all about, encapsulating your styles into one place. So encapsulation none, which we use, is like disables all the style encapsulation for the component. Any style associated with the component behave as a global style. Okay, and we already seen that in examples. Now, defining a style in a template, you can actually use the style element in a component to define additional styles, but we use the global sass file to define all the global style files. Now, components template can use the link element to reference the CSS file as well if you want to, but that's really not recommended because, it's going to download the CSS file when you render the component, which can slow down the performance when you're actually loading lots of style files. Now, if you go above, it's basically talking about styles, inline styles, and then the class-based styles. So just read about it. The main thing is to understand the view encapsulation. Okay, so next topic we're going to cover is going to be accepting data with the input property. Now, this is pretty much like, used everywhere when you're dealing with Angular components. We created this Angular component, which is a to-do component. But what I want to do is I'll want to go to the file. Let's go to template file. And I'll just want to say, instead of to-do works, I would like to say total to-do, okay? And I would like to add the value of the actual to-do list. Right now, there's only one to-do, okay? So what I would like to do is read the value. So if I go to, let's say, the total to-do, and we just pass it a number, and right now, the number should be whatever the value there. Now, to be able to read this value, I will open the template at the bottom, and let's use the double curly bracket binding syntax. Just say total to do, and now it says total to do to 0. Now, I don't want to use 0, but I want to be able to pass the value from the outside. Now, the way you do that is by using the input decorator, as it says, accepting data with input properties. So there is a decorator called input. If you add that before the value, that means this component will be able to read the value from outside. And the way you pass in by this single curly bracket syntax. So let's go ahead and then try that. So I'll go to code, and I will first of all go start using add input and give it space. So the input was imported from Angular core module. Here you can see, and here we mark this as to do input. Now it's still giving us 0, but the good thing is now we can actually put the value from outside. So where we're using this component, we are using this component right here, app total to do. Now, if I go ahead and then make a spacebar here and press Control spacebar, you'll see it says total to do. So that's Angular language server in WebStorm giving you suggestion that this property is available. Now I can go ahead and then say total to do. And what is a total of to do? We can say to do list dot length plus 1. And now you see it says 2, which is wrong. It should be just 1. I think I've done wrong, so let's just say length. Okay, now let's go ahead and then add the value. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. You see there's 5 to do, and then we have this total to do 5. So what's happening here is basically this is the component that we created. We passed some values with input decorator, which means the input decorator reads the value from the outside and make this total to do as an API for you to, specify the value. So we use the syntax single bracket and then pass the value in. So let's say if I don't have to actually pass the value of the length. I could actually go 0, and that will always be 0 even if I just, whatever the value I add. That's because this value is all meta, and this to do, total to do, will read whatever the value pass in. So for us, we're just gonna get the length, and that makes it total to do. Now let's go to documentation, and here it talks about when creating a component, you can mark a specific property as bindable by adding this add input a decorator property. Okay, and then this is how we use it that it talks about. If you go down, we have some other options that we can pass in to this decorator. For example, you can specify the required option to enforce that the given input must always has a value. So let's go to the code, and let's just say we will go to the component, and we just make this, pass the value here, and we can say required to true. Okay, now the application is still working, but if I go back and then just say I'm not gonna pass this property or value, I'll save that. Now Angular throws an error. It says required input total to do from component is not specified. To be able to remove the error, we have to pass in some sort of value to it. So the value would be to do list or length, and that's how we fix the issue for this. So we know how we can mark the values that if a user of this component must provide the value by using this required to true of an input. Next API we're going to look at is transform. For example, you're getting some input and you want to transform before you can pass into that, before you can set that to do total. So you can use this transform, and then you need to pass the function in. Now, because this is going to be the outside of your class, we need to specify a function. So we can just use function and just say add 1, and we can just say value to be number, and that should return number. Then we can say return value plus 1. Now I'm going to save the file and then use this add 1 and save that. now as you see, we basically transforming the value from outside, which is supposed to be 1 total to do, but it's now coming up as 2. So if I just say add something here, let's say add, and that becomes 3. So instead of adding 1, if we do something like 10, now let's say it's 11. Now, if I just add, it's going to be 12, and then add 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, now I'm gonna go save this file and rerun the server. And now we'll just add a value. It's still working and it's adding 1 to it. For now, we don't need this function, so I'm just gonna remove that. And I'm gonna remove the transform API as well. And let's go to documentation, and this is the reference for the transform. If you go down, we also have a way to do the type checking as well. Well, it's very self-explanatory. It's like a TypeScript sub, so I don't want to go spend time on it. You can read about it and you should be able to understand. We also have a built-in transformer. So for the built-in transformer is like a Boolean attribute or number attribute. So basically Angular includes 2 built-in transform functions for 2 most common scenarios, considering values to Boolean and numbers. So Boolean attribute intimidates the behavior of a standard HTML Boolean attribute where the presence of the attribute indicates a true value. So just basically read about this. They're pretty much, very self-explanatory. You also have these aliases. You can actually use this as an alias. For example, now if I go to WebStorm, and let's just say here is our total to do, and I'm gonna open the app component.html file, and I'm just gonna move that at bottom, and let me just expand it. And what we're gonna do is we want to go to actions, and here we're using this app total to do. Now you see that we have this total to do. That's the exact name. For example, if I change this to 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 do and save that, this is going to start throwing an error because total to do doesn't exist. So if I do TO total to do, then it's not going to throw an error because that's a valid name. Now, by default, whatever the variable name, which using this at input decorator, that has to match, but you can actually use the alias. So let's say I'll bring that back, total to do. Okay, now it doesn't matter what my variable name is in the app, in the total to do component, but I can actually make it total to do by using alias to be total to do. Once I save that, now you'll see that alias total to do, that's what it's not throwing an error anymore, and it's really, basically specifying the alias. There's a problem that the Angular is saying is like total to do does not exist on type total. Did you mean to do total? Well, no, if I refresh, that should be okay. It's working without changing anything. That's just the alias. Now, input and inputs can be used with the getters and setters. And if you're coming from a TypeScript background, which you should, then you should understand the getters and setter, what they do in TypeScript. So you can read about them. But one thing I would like to mention is that it also mentioned, Angular team actually mentioned that avoid the complex or costly getters and setter. Angular may invoke an input setter multiple times, which may negatively impact application performance if the setter performance any costly. So they're not really recommending to use this unless you know the case that you want to apply to. Just make sure that you understand what the getter setters are. You can also specify inputs in a component decorator, which is great feature that was, recently introduced. So you can actually use this add input to disable, and that can be used, for example, disable to slide the labels. And this is like, a property specifying within your component decorator, which is very, very heavy. Okay, that's the accessing data from outside. In this section of the course, we are going to learn about output decorator. Output decorator is used to define custom events by assigning a property to an event emitter and adding an output decorator. So in an example of a documentation, we have this output decorator followed by the panel closed variables and then the new event emitter, and then it's returning basically white for now, which is okay. So just like input decorator, which allows you to pass the value inside a child component, output decorator allows you to throw the values outside from the component to a parent component. And the way you use that is similarly used to any click event, just like a click event we use. So let's take a look at an example in our code. So right now we have this delete button, which is defined right here. So if I go to code, content, you go to list, and here's a list. Now within the mat item, we have a button, and that's like simple button, like delete to do. What we want to do is we want to convert this list item into its own component and listen the event from the component and then run this delete to do function. I'm going to go to File Explorer and let's create a new component. In the app component, I'll right click and use this Angular semantics, and we'll just use the component and press enter. Now, last time when we created this to-do component, we used the Angular semantics from WebStorm, but what I'll do, use the terminal this time. So we'll just go to root of your project and then ngGenerate. Once you do that, type component, and it'll ask you the name of your component, and we can say to do item, enter, and this is going to create a component for you, to do item. Now let's remove the component. Let's open to do item component, and we want to copy the content from app component, which is this mat list. I'll simply copy that and I'll just paste that here. And this is gonna cause an error because we don't know what is to do dot value. Don't worry, we will fix that. And there's a button for that as well. So let's just comment that out, and we are going to just remove this click event as well. And we're going to go to component file, and I'm going to open that at the bottom. Now within this component file, we are going to use the event emitter. First of all, we are going to say add output, and that's the import that we got, and we can just say delete event, and we can just give a type to event emitter, and we can simply say that would be to do item component, or you can actually say to do. We'll just say any for now, and we'll say new event emitter, any, and then we just create that to do event emitter. Now we got an event emitter. Now we're gonna create a function. Just say on delete event, and that will just be an event any, and this is gonna just return nothing. And we can say this dot delete event dot emit, and we can just pass in event. Okay, so we call this function when the button is clicked, we just say on delete event, and then dollar event, just pass that in. Now to be able to read the value from here, we just work on that in a second, but let's utilize this component instead of the component that we have in an app component.ts file. So in here we have this to do, and we are going to just comment this line out. Okay, and we are going to use this app to do item. Let's use the WebStorm to import to do item component, and then we just render that. And now when we do that, it's not really rendering anything because the problem is we need to pass the data in. So what I'll do here is I will create an input decorator. So let's go in here, and we can just say add input, and in here we can just say to do, and then we can just say to do item. Well, I think we haven't defined the type of that. So if I go to app component, let's say app component.ts file, here's the interface, to do interface. We need to actually do an export statement here to be able to use that in other files. And once you do that, then I can go into to do item component and then say this is going to be to do interface. And for now we can just say empty object, but let's just say there's an empty object. But instead of like that, we just don't need to pass in anything, and we just make sure that this is never undefined by saying required to true. Okay, now it's again gonna ask like, what's the problem here, because it says it's probably undefined, so we can just say create getters instead, but now we don't want to do that for something simple. Now let's go in here and I will pass the to do of to do. Once I do that, then it will pass and render the component. Now if I go into to do item component, just uncheck that, and let's go back to the app component, and we're just gonna delete pretty much everything from here. We don't need none of those stuff anymore. And we are going to cut this divider, and I go into to do item, and then we just paste that here as well. Now let's go back to app component. Now we have a simple app to do item component. We're passing to do, but the problem is that to do doesn't like that. So what I'll do here is just go into to do, and we are going to create, let's say, equal to empty object, and we can just say as to do interface. This way is like we're telling it that this treat that as to do interface. Now let me just make this bigger and say the property to total to do does not exist on a total to do component. So don't worry about that, just refresh, and now you see it's working. Now if I click on the, let's say, add something, and click on delete or add, it's still deleting because we still have that function that is, getting executed. So let's say if you go into total component, that's fine. We're gonna go to app to do component, and there should be a function that runs for to do. The reason why we're still able to delete these items is because we create a new component, and every time you create a new component and update your code, you have to restart your Angular server. So I'll just click on this play button and click stop and run. It'll just rebuild and include the component, and this time it's going to throw an error. It says total to do does not exist on total to components. Let's click on that and see where the problem is. So here's a total to do. We're going to go into component file, and here we have a to do, total to do. Let me actually just remove the alias completely, and we just say total to do, and that fixes this problem, and now our application is running again. Once the application is running, then we can just say, let's say, add some more events, but the delete button is not going to work. And the reason for that is because the delete event is no longer as a part of that component. It's part of this to do item component. So let me go to app component. Actually, let's close these files. Within the app component, we need to call this function. So from here, we're gonna say just read the event, delete event, which we specify. Let's say delete event. We can call this on delete to do, and the ID we pass in would be simply just an ID, let's say, or we can just say $ID event. Okay, and now let's try this, still deleting. So the problem is when you look at this function here, this is emitting something, let's try learning how to debug the code as well. So if I open a console, I go to sources and I open this to do item component, and I'll do a little breakpoint here. So if I click on, let me just breakpoint here, click here, then you'll see the event is like the pointer event. It's not really, using the ID of the component. So what we can do here, instead of passing this, we are going to just use this dot to do dot ID. Okay, and then save, and let's run the code again. Now this time if I just add stuff here and then try to delete, and now it's gonna send the ID, which is true. So let's run the code, and this time you will see that the component is actually working as expected, and we can just delete the to do component and by passing the event outside. So the way you do that In this video, we are going to talk about content projection with NgContent. And the second half of this video, we will talk about lifecycle hooks in Angular components. You often need to create components that act as containers for different type of content. For example, you may want to create a custom card component. A custom card component will take a content from outside NgContent element as a placeholder to mark where the content should go. Let's create a new component and we will put NgContent within card content so we can pass elements or project other elements from outside. So let's go to WebStorm and let's use the terminal. We use the terminal and then use the command ngComponent. It's going to ask for the name. You can type whatever. So I'll just say projected content, enter, and we have that component. Now within this projected content, we will use math card component, import that, and then we will use math card header. And within header, we can pass in that math card title, let's say, and we'll just say projected content. Now within math card content, I would like to design, let's import that. In math card content, we use NgContent. And now when we use this component, we can place content from outside. But how do we know? So let's just say I will use this p tag. Let's say graph. And let me just put another p tag and we'll just say second paragraph. Okay. Now this paragraph and this paragraph will render, but we will place the content inside or within these two paragraphs. So let's go and then use this in app component. Within the app component, we can go ahead and then create another math card. Let's say I will create math card, or let's just say because we have that card already, I will use this projected content and then import that and then just save. Now here it says math card title is not a noun element. So what we need to do is go in here and we need to add this math card title and maybe we need math card subtitle. Okay, now the code is there and we can see that we got this paragraph that is, being rendered. Let's just say inside this here is our NgContent. I'll go to app component and within this, I'll just say projected paragraph. And you see that the paragraph is projected inside or in the middle of these two. So if I go ahead and then change that paragraph, let's just say move the NgContent here, you'll see the paragraph is now projected at last. So basically, wherever you put NgContent, the elements that you put from outside will be projected at the exact place. If you look at the documentation, we can use this NgContent with multiple placeholders. So here's a component template. For example, we have this NgContent, and then we say select card, and then this is your default. And I'm going to say default NgContent. We can say math divider. Let's import that. And then after divider, we can say NgContent, and we can just say select, say after divider. So we now have two content. We will go to our component, and here we got this by default projected content, and here's a divider. Now let's just say if I add something like P and say hello world, where do you think it's going to render? Do you think it's going to render after divider? Well, it's not going to render after divider because that P is still part of the default NgContent. Let's just use after divider. So I'll just remove this hello world and we need to type after divider and save. Now we're getting an error. Well, this after divider is basically the value of the select attribute of ng content. This is where it's going to render the content. So if I go back and now the Angular is throwing an error, it's saying the after divider is an Angular component, then verify that it is included in the component inputs. Well, what we need to do actually, we need to allow Angular to use web components, because if you look at the documentation, here it talks about using this ng content is basically using the native host element. Let me just refer you to the official documentation. So if you want to explore more, you can do that. So let's just say here, it talks about ng content works similarly to the native slot element, but with Angular specific functionality. So when it comes to slot, there is actually basically a concept of web components, and you can read about that. But in Angular, all you need to do is allow these web components to be rendered. So I'm going to go to app component, and then here we will use here within schema. This is an array. We just say custom element schema, and we need to import that from Angular core package. Enter. WebStrong will automatically import that for me. If you look at, we have imported this custom element schema from Angular core package. Now, if I refresh my page, we'll see nothing is being rendered. Well, if I go to add component and within this after divider, I will just say hello world, save. And this time you see it is rendering after the divider, which is the correct place where it's supposed to render after divider. So you can actually use multiple ng content while projecting your content from outside, which is very, very useful. Next, we are going to learn about lifecycle hooks, which are one of the most important concepts you need to understand in Angular to be able to work with component efficiently. I'm going to read this statement. So every component in Angular has a lifecycle event. So a component lifecycle is a sequence of steps that happens between the component creation and its destruction. Each step represents a different part of Angular process for rendering components and checking them for updates our time. In our component, you can implement lifecycle hooks to run code during these steps. Lifecycle hooks that relate to the specific component instance are implemented as methods on your component class. Lifecycle hooks that relates to Angular, well, I think you are tired of me reading this passage. You can go ahead and read it. But in terms of summary, we have some lifecycle hooks, which are functions that get called depending on the stage of the component. For example, this ng on init, ng on changes, ng on destroy, ng do check, after view init. All of these are lifecycle hooks. So let's just say we are going to go back to the code, and I'm going to simply use app component. Within the app component, let's go here. Okay, to be able to use the lifecycle hook, you will use the implement keyword from TypeScript, which implements the interface. And we have this on init. Okay, once you implement this on init, which is again an import from Angular core package, here we have the Angular core package. You notice that we have an error for app component. If I hover my cursor, this WebStrong pop-up telling me there's an incorrect implementation of an interface. So if you press command and click on NgInit, you'll see there's a function that's supposed to be implemented within the component. Okay, and that's like a callback method that invokes immediately after the default change detector has checked. So let's just say we will implement that function. So I can actually implement that right above. So we have enough space, or just say or ng on init, and we can simply type here console.log, and we can say component on init. Okay, now the thing is, when I just refresh the page, I go to console, and we'll just remove all the logs. Now refresh the page. You see it says app component end in it. Well, that's rendered because this hook was called. Now, if you look at the documentation, we use this ng on init. It runs after Angular has initialized all the components input, which is, we have all the initialized components inputs are done. Now, if I go ahead and then say there is an input, let me just remove this. Actually, let's just say we go to another component, not the projected one, but let's just say to do item. Okay. Within the to do item, we have one input, which is this to do. Now, if I go ahead and then implement on init, and I use the web store help to implement the interface, which means this function will be added. And now I'll just do a console log, and we just log this dot to do thing, and I will just remove this just after actual. If we look at our application now, let's refresh the app. Now here you see it is, in ID 0 in our static code that's getting implemented. And if I add any more, you'll see every time we add or initialize a new to-do item component, you see that logs happening right after when all the inputs are checked. And the same thing if I like to do in the constructor function. Let's say I use a constructor function and I just say console log, and we just say this dot to do. What happens now? Now, when I do that, let me just remove all this and then just say refresh the app. You see, this is where to do items, line number 27, that's where it's rendering. And line number 27 is this. At this stage, when the component was created, because this is a function, constructor function, that's going to create this to do item component class, we don't have a data. All of the inputs, the data is not checked yet, or it's not ready yet. So if you use something related to, all inputs, then you are in a bad position where you're not going to have any data there. So if I go to documentation, we have the first one is a creation, which is a standard JavaScript class, runs when Angular initiates the component. We have ng on init, runs after the Angular has initialized all the components. Then we also have this runs every time when input have changed. So every time there is a ng on it, that's another interface that we can implement. So let's try it another one. I will use comma, and I'll just say changes on changes. And now I have to implement that function. I'll use the web storm to implement on changes function, which is here. Now I will go ahead and say console.log, and let's say changes. Okay, and let's open application. We open the log, and I'm gonna just say something, and you see that 3 logs we get. This log is from the constructor, so let's just say I will add structure and then to do. Then we can do on changes, then that. Okay, so let me go ahead and then just clear this, and then we can see if I add something at the construction time, the object is empty because it doesn't know what the input is going to take from the outside. The changes run. On changes is when anything changes within your component, which in this case is first change is true, and then the current value is ID1, and then what are the value there. Now you see the first change, this was like the first time the input value changed. If I do that again, next time, it's still gonna say the first time change. But what we can do here to demonstrate that first change, I'm going to use this constructor function to set timeout, and within this timeout, I'm just gonna say this dot to do equal to, and we can just pass in ID to be, let's say, 50, and a value should be, let's say, whatever. And then we run this after, let's say, 2 seconds, maybe. Okay. Now, if I change this, let's refresh the page. And you see after 2 seconds, there's going to be a log for ng changes because this will change the to-do item. We refresh, clear, I'll just say changed set timeout plus, and then you have a one node constructor and then the changes. And then here you have this one changes, and this is the first change that's true. But on the constructor time, it's not really running this because that 2 seconds is not correct. So what we need to do is we just need to, remove this, and then after the initialization happen, then we're gonna run this. And this time when I add anything here, we'll see after 2 seconds there is another ID and value change. There's a second event here. Let's go to documentation. There's other hooks as well, which means that if, let's say, it runs after the component view has been initialized, runs after content initializes, checked, content checked, and then after next render, after render. So there's a lot of hooks. So if you basically would like to use any of the hook, you can use the implement interface for that, and then it will automatically ask you to create a function which will be executed at the time when it was supposed to. So let's go to down, and here is during initialization, kind of like in a mind match. We have this constructor, then ng on changes. If there's any changes, then ng on init, then do check, and then after that, these are the hooks that runs. So one last thing, I'll just use this after new init. So we go to implement after new init, and then it's going to automatically throw an error saying, hey, implement that function, which is here. So we'll just say console.log, and we're going to be using Git Copilot to just give us some comments there. Now, if I go in here, let's clear, and then just refresh again, and you'll see app component on init, constructor, then on changes, and then on changes have this ID, then after new changes. So, these functions automatically get called depending on the lifecycle of a component. In this section of the course, we are going to learn about component host element. Angular creates an instance of component for each HTML element that matches the component selector. The DOM element that matches the component selector is that component's host element. So what's happening here in example on the documentation, we have this selector profile photo. When this gets rendered, here how we use it, but the render DOM will be like profile photo, and then the image, whatever inside that. Now in our code, we can actually look at by debugging our component, which is a to-do item component. So if I go to elements and I need to click on this inspect, and we'll just say, okay, let me inspect this part. If you notice that we have a div, okay, which is a to-do item, which is inside this mat list item, and then app to-do item. So app to-do item is like the host element right now, because if you look at the app to-do item, which is here, we can look at this is the selector. So I guess say if I change this to my custom host, okay, I'll save this, and the project is not going to render because it's going to throw an error. It's not going to find that my app to do. So let's see if WebStorm has automatically updated it. If I go to app component HTML file, and here we have an error. So we will use this app to do my custom host. And here we got this total. Then we have this app total my custom host, which means this is your host element. And if I go and change this quickly to, let's say, remove that, so app total to do, we go to app component, and here's the error now. So let's just remove, and then if I try to inspect this time, it is going to be app total to do. So you see the host element. And let's take a look at what is a host element, what you can do with it. If I scroll down in the documentation, here we have a component can bind properties, attributes, and events to its host element. This behaves identically to binding an element inside the component HTML, but instead defined to the host element. And here's an example for that. If I just copy this bit here, and then we will go back to the code. Let me put it on the side, and we're gonna go to your app, Todo, and I will put that in here. Tab index, we don't need that. Update a value function, we can actually create that value. I need to create the property value here. So value, we'll just make type any right now, and update a value key. I'm gonna just mark that any, and that should solve the problem. I feel like it says file main is missing from the TypeScript compilation. That's really weird. I didn't do anything, but let's see if we restart it. We can change this event key down to, let's say, click save. And now when I do click, you see it's calling update value, and it's logging the event, which is a pointed event, which is like, a click event. Let's inspect our host element for total to do as well. Let me just inspect it, and now you see the app total to do has the row that we added, which is a slider, and then we have another event binded with it, which is our click event. So for the events, we go to event listener, and here is a click event, and then app to do. There is a one event that is part of this, which is a click event. So that's what you can see because it's coming up slider. And if I change this to hello, then you will see the role is now hello. Let me zoom into it. There you go. Now in the documentation, we have these two decorators, host binding and host listeners. You can alternately bind it to the host element by applying host binding and host listener. Here's an example. For example, if you use host binding and then you say ATT value now, and then you pass the value to it, that will just bind this attribute to your host element. It's very simple, but even Angular recommends to use this, always prefer to use host property over host binding and host listener. So they are there, but because this is how it used to be when you wanted to bind any attribute or event to your host element, but it is no longer the case because these decorators are already there for backward compatibility, and then the host property of the component is very useful. There has binding collision. There is some gotchas that you need to make sure you don't do. So read about it, and then you will get to know. All right, that's about it for host elements. In this section, we're going to talk about referencing component children with queries. A component can define queries that find children elements and read values from their injectors. Developers most commonly use queries to retrieve the reference to the child component, directives, DOM elements. There are two types of categories of query: view queries and content query. First, let's take a look at the view query. View query retrieves the result from the element in the component's view, the element defined in the component's own template. You can query the single result with a view child. So if you want to get access to a single element or single directive or single component, you will use this decorator view child. There's also another decorator called view children, which basically used for multiple results. And here's an example for that. Let's go to the code and we'll see how we can use view child decorator to retrieve a reference to another component. I'll go to component file, and here I don't want to create a new file, but I'll just paste a code, which is just a component. So here I just created the component, which is custom card header component. And we set the value text to custom card header. And then we initialize that in the template as well. We have this as a standalone component. Now to be able to utilize this, we need to go into app component template file, and within the component, I'll just say custom card header, and then we'll just paste that here. Now you can see that we got the custom card header. This is just the text that coming out from that component. Now to be able to get the reference within the component TypeScript file, we are going to use this add view child, and then inside this we use the custom card header, which is the class name, and then we set that header type to custom card header. Now the problem is here it says, oh, could be an undefined for this. So just to resolve that, we can just add this undefined. In the constructor function, if I go ahead and then do, let's say, a console.log, and we set this .header, and let's save. Now you'll see that within the component, let me zoom in this part. You see here's line number 29, which is the line here that we have. Now, basically, we have this line where we can console log and it's coming up undefined. So by reading the documentation, it tells us that you need to use this ng after init function, which is a lifecycle hook, which basically we already talked about in the previous video, but let's just quickly go back to lifecycle hook, and we just see that it runs after the component's view has been initialized. So before the view of the component, which is, let's say, this component, let me go to template file, and we can just open that on the top, and let me just go to component file here. So basically, if your view, which is this view, if it's not initialized, then your custom card header component will not be initialized. And when you try to log in this variable, this would be coming as undefined because the header doesn't exist yet. So we need to make sure that we use ng after a view init hook and then console the log. So I will go ahead and then just use the implements and after view init hook, and we are going to create a function ng after view, and then we just do our console log. Now once I refresh, you'll see we have a reference to a component, which basically coming back as its properties and everything we can access now. So let's say if I do .text, and then you'll see it will render custom card header. And if I go within this component, we just say rendering this in console. Let's save the application, and when I render now, you'll see it says rendering in the console. So as you can see, we got access to this particular component in our TypeScript file. Now, view child can be used in a various ways. So if you go back to documentation, we have different types of accessor. So we can take a look at accessor, which is basically named as query locators. You can use a template, a reference, a variable as well. What I mean by that, you can go ahead and then let's say we want to get the title, right? So I'll just use a hash symbol. We just say title, and now what I can do is use the view child, and we are going to use this accessor variable. So let's say that would be title, okay? And there is an object that you can pass in, which we talked about just now. So here we can specify the type of it. We can get Mac card title as a type, and we can mark that as an undefined as well. Now, if I go ahead and then do a console log to this title, you will see there's an element reference, which is basically returning the native element, which is this type of math MDC card title. And you can get its value as well somewhere. For example, you will need to use something .element.native, and then you need to get it just like, a child of it. But that's just dumb queries we can worry about later. So we have this accessor as the direct name of the class, and then this title. Now let's go to down in the documentation. Here it talks about static queries, which we use the query static as true. Well, by setting the static true, you guarantee to the Angular that the target of this query is always present and is not conditional. Let's talk about content queries. Content queries retrieve the result from the element in the component's content, the element nested inside the component in the template where it is used. Now, the content child decorator is used to retrieve or access to that particular element. Now, if you remember, we talked about content projection. It's the same thing. So if you have two components and then you use the one component to use the ng content decorator to put the value or project the content in it, you can actually use the view child to access that. So within our code, we have a component. Well, let me just grab the same example from Angular documentation. So we need two components basically. So first of all, let me grab one component. I'm going to create a component, which is going to be, let's say, a child component. Let's paste it there. It's going to have to be a standalone component. So we'll just mark that as a standalone. And we're going to need another component, which is going to be our parent component, which will use that component. So let me just grab that and paste it here. And this is going to need to have this make parent component standalone. And we're going to need after content initialized. And we're going to access this app content child. Now we have access to both, and we are going to now use that within our app component. And we can use this, let's say, app parent, and then within app parent, we have this now parent component. Now within parent, we can pass in the app child, let's just say one time only, and we can just import that there as well. So you see here we have a child component being, what is the word? Projection, being projected in it. Now you can see that within here we have this view content child, and after content initialize, we are logging the child property, which in this case is initial value and Angular, let's say, here you go, that's the child initial value. So if you go ahead and then just remove this, you'll see the child component. We can access that, whatever has been projected in our component here. So I know it's confusing, but when we use this in our project, in the next project, then it'll make sense. Now, pretty much similarly, if you want to use multiple elements or query multiple elements, the same thing is available for view child and view content child. So here we got this, let me just say using query list, yes. So view children and content children, basically they both will return a list of the content that is being referenced by this query. So that's pretty self-explanatory. You could use this for each or map-reduce function to actually loop through them, and then they might have an example somewhere here. Let me just quickly show you the example. Yeah, you see that's very self-explanatory. We'll use this view query, content children and view children later in the course. In this section, we are going to look at DOM APIs, and we're going to look at inheritance. So what is a DOM API? Angular handles most DOM creation, updates, and removals for you. However, sometimes you might rarely need a direct interaction with the component's DOM, and components can inject element reference to get references to the component host element. This way, there's an API element reference is available. So let's go to app component, and we'll use this element reference, and we just log that. So within our code, we'll go, for example, let me just get rid of some of the components. We don't need all of this because we don't have any project at the moment. So let's delete parent component and a child component, and within template file, we can simply remove this as well. Now going back to the app component, in the constructor function, I'm going to use a keyword, let's say private, public, or protected. If you don't have anything, that'll be public anyway. So we just say element ref to element reference, and we just need to import that, and WebStorm automatically import that for us. And within this code block, we just do console log, and we are going to just reference the element. So here you see that it is giving us this element reference. Now, if I log this again, and I will use the native element, and the native element you will see has the app component, which has this math card component. Pretty much everything that you have in this app component, you get access to this in your native element. Let's go to documentation, and in here you could see that you have this after render function, and that can be actually used to query any element. So after the content or full component is rendered, you can query from a native element using the plain DOM API. So I would highly recommend, or actually Angular recommends, that avoid direct DOM manipulation whenever possible. Always prefer expressing your DOM structure in components template and updating the DOM binding instead of just, using this native element, a query selector, and select something and then use the plain DOM. So that's not recommended by Angular, but you could actually do that. So within our component now, if I will get access to after render function, so after render, and then you will just use this console log, and again you will see you can add any class or any property or focus any element using after render function, but the thing is you need to be able to use like that. So that's your a way to manipulate the native DOM or have access to native DOM, which is okay but not recommended by Angular. Now you have this using a component, a renderer. There is an API in Angular called renderer2. So renderer2 basically allows you to manipulate DOM, but in an Angular way. So APIs are available for you to use. It talks about, we'll talk about the renderer2 later in the course, but when to use the DOM API. So while Angular handles most rendering concerns, some behaviors, and may still require some DOM APIs, the common use case is when you want to manage element focus or measure element geometry, or reading the element text content, or setting up a native observer such as mutating observer, resize observer, or intersection observers. All of these you can use the DOM APIs. Now avoid inserting or removing or modify DOM element in a particular, or never directly set element within a property, which can make your application vulnerable to cross-site XSS exploit. So that's a really advanced topic. We'll get to those later, but for now you can see that how you manipulate the DOM. A quick introduction to renderer2 as well. So if you look at the renderer documentation API, let me right click and open that in a new tab, and we will go to the new tab, let's just say here, and I will search for renderer2. So let's see if we can find renderer2. So here's a core renderer2. Here you can see it allows you to create elements, create comments, create text, destroy node, append child, insert before, remove child. So if you're learning Angular, you should already know all of these DOM APIs. This is just a prerequisite, or add classes or remove classes or set style or remove style. All of this can be achieved very, very easily by using a renderer2 class. I'll give you an example how you can use a renderer2, but this is actually a prerequisite for this course because these are all standard JavaScript APIs, like set attribute, remove attribute, or add class, remove class. All of these are standard JavaScript. Let's go to the code, and we're going to use a renderer2 to inject an element in our component. First, I'm going to mark these to, let's say, public for element reference and a public for renderer2. Then after view is initialized, I'm going to check if this dot title exists, which is this title. Well, we don't really need to check that because we just adding the value, or let's say p tag, into the DOM, which is very, very straightforward. So what I'll do is, first of all, we will use the p tag, and I'm going to use the this.render.create element. Let's just say create element, and we just mark that as a p. Next, we're going to create a text element. So we'll just use this text render.create. Let's say this is a paragraph. And after that, we are going to append text into p. So after that, we are going to append p into the DOM. So we just say this dot render dot append child. And the first one is the element that we are going to append into, which in this case, this dot element reference. And then which tag is going to be the p tag. Once I save it, you don't see anything because we need to use this native element. And then once you append that into native element, you see we dynamically added this text. This is a paragraph into the Angular code. So basically, we created a p tag using render to create element function, then create a text using this create text, and then render has this append child. So we appended this text into p, which made it like, a p tag with the text in it. And then we use this element reference.native because this is the component reference itself. And then you can just append it there. And then the DOM will basically re-render, and then you'll see the paragraph. If you have any experience with object-oriented programming language like .NET, C#, or Java, or Python, you should already understand the concept of inheritance. So TypeScript also has inheritance, which is not exactly the inheritance, but it's like, it's still inheritance because it has a keyword class. So Angular components are TypeScript classes and participate in a standard JavaScript inheritance semantics. So you can actually create a class, and then you can extend that within your component. And then after extending, all of the properties and values will also be part of that, component. So to give you an example, this is pretty much out of the scope of the course. But if I, let's say, create a class, let's say export class name person, and we will just create some properties for the person. Let me get the GitHub Copilot to help me with that. So we just say name and age, and in the constructor you have this name age. Now let's just say, because we added that in a constructor, we actually need to pass the super function with this property. So use the extend. Let's see, extends, and we are going to use this. Actually, the extend keyword needs to come before we implement anything. So extend, and we just use the person class, and I give it a space. And now we have a problem with this constructor function because, first of all, we need to call a super function, and we pass in the values. So now if I will try to, after view initialized, I would like to use the create text, the value for, let's say, super.name. Does it come up? Well, it doesn't come up because, this .name will be the proper way to do that. So you see that John is being entered. So basically, when you extend a class in JavaScript, all of its properties and everything is available within the component that is extending it. Also, if you don't really, put the value there, for example, I don't want to pass anything, and we just say that's it. And then there is just the initializer right there. Let's say John, and then age equal to, let's say, 40, save. And now we don't need to pass anything here. We just call a super function, and it's still rendering John because, it's inherited. Now let me take you to the, documentation. So when you extend a component to another component or a directive, it inherits all the metadata defined in the base class constructor and the base class decorator members as well, including the selector template, the style, the host binding, inputs and outputs, lifecycle hook. So pretty much anything Angular specific, you put in that class and make it a component. If you extend one component from another, all of its metadata properties and everything will come with it. Now we also have this forward injected dependency concept, which we looked at just now. So for example, if I have this as, let's just say, we just say element ref, and we need the element reference. Now we're gonna get an error because when the extension happens in TypeScript or JavaScript, when you extend it, it needs to call this constructor function. And a constructor function require this element reference. So this is why you need to pass in this dot element reference to it, or because we're in a constructor function, so we don't need that. We just pass in element reference. Now there's a better way in Angular 17 or a couple of previous versions. You don't really, when you create a class, which is your abstract class, for example, if I mark this as abstract class, then it cannot be initialized, but it can only be extended now. So in here, if you want to access the element reference, instead of that, you could actually just say element reference, and this will be just a function. We just call inject, and then we just say element reference. We don't even need that anymore. So here we have this element of reference, which uses the inject function and passes the element reference. Here we have an error. It says the property must not have this, so we need to remove this from now. Let me remove this, save. And now because we're extending the property from the person, you don't need to add that here anymore, because the property that element reference will automatically come with the class that you're extending from. Or you could actually go ahead and then rename this, let's say, to. Then it's no problem, because both instances are different. They're not part of your class itself. That's just like a property. So there's a way to avoid this super function being called many times. You just use the inject function and you have access to all the properties or services and everything that you want to inject. It's going to be available for you. So here we have this overridden lifecycle method. So in the base class, defines a lifecycle method such as onInit. A check class that also implements onInit, it overrides the base class implementation. If you want to preserve the base class lifecycle, you can explicitly call it. So basically what it's talking about is if you have a base class, which is a base component, implements this onInit function, which is a lifecycle hook, you actually don't need to, use that in the, parent component. If you want to use this function in the parent component, you will need to specifically call super.ngOnInit. So, that's the only way you can override it. That's about it for inheritance. You're not going to come across a lot of inheritance when you're writing even a medium-sized application, because inheritance is really not the way you write TypeScript or Angular, but you can actually inherit because it's a plain TypeScript code. Instead of using a renderer tree to create elements and then append them into your DOM, it's actually really easy to actually create a component and then render that into your DOM. Angular provides a pretty nice API, which is View Container Reference API, which is used to create a component or render a component programmatically on the fly. And it's a very good example here. So we have base class. I'm going to actually remove that completely, and we're just gonna remove the super function, and let's get rid of this as well. So let's now create a component. So we'll just say add component, and within the component selector, we just say app component, let's just say temp. We can mark this as a standalone to true. And then the template reference, not exactly. I'm going to use just a template and use template that say, so my first Angular app, for example. And then styles, we don't need the styles. If we want to, we can just put that style like that. Then in that, we need to export a class, and we can say app component temp, and that's it. So for example, we want to use this component into our app component. And we need to get rid of all these guys because let's just don't worry about that. Now I'm going to open the template of app component, and within this content, we will just use this component temp and import it and then render it. And it says my first Angular app. Now it is okay if you want to use this component temp directly and it will render it. But what about rendering this programmatically? Let's go to the TypeScript file, and we're going to be using public view container reference. And if I use this dot view container reference, and there's a function called create component, and we pass in app component temp, and I save this, and you'll see our component, which is here, the first Angular app, it's being rendered. So if I take it to documentation, what it says is like, you can use the create component method on view container reference to dynamically create and render component. When you create a new component with the view container reference, Angular appends it into the DOM as the next sibling. And now you can see it is actually appending after the card. So if we analyze our DOM, let me try to make a little bit of a space. Maybe I can. I cannot, but you see this is our card title, and here's our math card. I'm going to just encapsulate that, and then here our app component temp file is here, just after the card. So it's just like appending it. But what about rendering it into a position? We will take a look at that when we get to a project, and there'll be a lot of things that you will learn in the project where, there are APIs available, but you don't know where to use them or how to utilize them effectively, but we'll get to that soon. There's another API available. We actually missed that. Here's the ng component outlet. This is actually a container. Let me just read that. So NgRx is a structured directive that dynamically renders a given component in a template. So for example, if I will create two components, admin bio component and sender bio component, and within this ng container, we have this ng component outlet, which calls a function, and the function basically, returns the component, and that's where it renders it. It's pretty simple. So what I'll do is we will basically create a function. Let's just say render. There's another app component temp, and this is just going to return any for now, and let's set this dot return app component. Now within our template, let's say here within this app component, I'm going to use this ng container, and I use this ng template outlet. This is a template outlet, but we have this component outlet as well. So add ng component outlet, and we're going to call a function. Let's just say render app component. And that's the function that it's going to call and save. And then you will see that this function gets called, and there's a problem actually. We need to import the ng component router outlet. And once we do that, then you see that within the card, that my first Angular app is being rendered, but also programmatically that we're rendering, that's a separate story. There you go. Let's make it like this. If I just comment this out, you'll see now we have that exact place where it's being rendered. Now if I go to, let's say, move this outside, you'll see the first component will go outside. If I move this inside the title, it gets into the title, and we will basically can put it anywhere. So this is just like a placeholder for a component where it's gonna get rendered, and the return should be a component. Now, you don't need to really call a function. You could actually use this app component temp directly, and they'll just render it, because in this case, there is no logic happening. But if you look at the documentation here, they want to check if the user is admin. If the user is admin, then admin bio, otherwise a standard bio. This is just the way that they check what type of user it is and return the component depending on the logic. And that's about it. So this is how you programmatically render your component. Now, one last thing which is not mentioned in the documentation, I'll try to explain to you guys. For example, here we have this container, let's just say ng container, and we can simply name the container to dynamic container. For example, we get template reference variable, let's say dynamic container. To be able to render within this dynamic container, we can actually go ahead and then create a component. Actually, let's say we will just use this view child, and I'm going to use this template reference variable, which would be dynamic container. And instead of static 2, there's a property read, and then we just say view component reference read, and then just say dynamic container. And instead of the type, we can actually use view container reference. Let's say view container reference. And once you have that, then you need to go into, for example, after view initialized, we can this dot dynamic component reference dot create component, and we can just pass that in render component. So now you see exactly where it's going to get rendered. So I'm going to just use the app component itself. Now, basically, I'm using this dynamic container reference and then creating a component, where this is going to go. So let's just move this here now. It goes there. It goes within the component. It goes, where the header is. So you see, you can create ng container, use the template reference variable, and then you can mark as a read view container reference, and then wherever you want to put it, just move the container, and that will be programmatically rendered. That was something it's not in the documentation. Just it's my trick, the way I use it when it comes to rendering the component. We pretty much covered everything that is required for any standard Angular developer to know when it comes to working with components in an advanced level. There is a custom element section, which is out of the scope of this code. This is actually using custom element APIs from Angular to create a web components, which can be injected into pretty much any other framework or in a plain HTML JavaScript. But if you notice that we have covered pretty much everything from here, we talked about importing using components, selectors, styling, accessing data or emitting data from a components, projecting components using ng content, what is the host element, and the most importantly, the lifecycle hooks for your component, because they are very important to understand if you really want to work with the data within a component. Because if you don't understand when the data is available within your component, you might be using set timeout functions or some random ways to actually wait for the data to come and render. Now we talked also about inheritance and DOM API. So at this stage, we covered pretty much all of things at the advanced level that you need to know about components. But obviously, there's a special page called a reference in the documentation where you'll see the whole reference regarding any API that we use. For example, we have used some APIs like element reference or renderer or view container. If you want to know everything about these APIs, you go to the reference and search for it. For example, element reference. So we'll look at in the core. Here we have element reference class. You click on that, and then you go to description or API, and it'll tell you everything's available for that. So if I take you to renderer 2, let me find renderer 2. Okay, we need to go back to the main page. And here we just search for renderer 2. Let's see, that's where the class is. And you see you got all the APIs and everything available within the API section. In the usage section, in the doc section, it's not going to give you everything. It's going to show you how to use it, but every API that is available for that particular class or service, you'll find them in the API section. We got referencing in. We also look at view container reference. Click on that and you'll see we use a function which was create component. If I click on that, it'll talk about what is this create component function. So I click on that. That's a getter. So it retrieves a view from a container, clears, everything basically what you need to know about these APIs are available here. For example, insert, move, index of, remove, or detach. All of these are very important topics, but it's very hard to talk about them every single function within the, let's say, 5-hour Angular course. So I encourage you to, whatever the API that I show you, go to the reference and look at what's available to you. That's where we covered the summary, or let's say a chapter for components in details. In the next chapter, we'll talk about template syntax. 80% or let's say 60% of the things that we already talked about, it's going to be covered within this template syntax. It's not much that we would have to talk about in here. So because we already done the to-do application, so let's not worry too much about this chapter. Let's cover this as soon as possible, and then we get to talking about some interesting stuff, some advanced stuff like dependency injections and routing. To look at template syntax, if you go to documentation in Angular and click on template syntax, you get to this page where Angular talks about everything related to template. We have covered most of the things already because we built to-do application and also gone through Angular Essentials. So most of the things you find in this page, we already discussed those, but some of the things like pipes that I want to teach you, we go into details. The first section of this would be just going through what we already talked about, like text interpolation. We have seen how do we render text within HTML using 2 curly braces. Here's a syntax for that. So let's quickly go through those, whatever we have already talked about. Next section we're going to look at is template statements. First, let's read the top paragraph. Template statements are methods or properties that you can use in your HTML to respond to user events with template statement. Your application can engage user through actions such as displaying dynamic content or submitting a form. Let's talk about a template statement. I'll go to its documentation and I'll read the first paragraph. So template statements are methods or properties that you can use in your HTML to respond to user events with template statements. Your application can engage with the user through actions such as displaying dynamic content or submitting a form. The syntax is very straightforward. We've already used that. So you have an event name wrapped in parentheses equal to the statement. Now, what is a template statement? We already seen the template expression. Apart from being similar to template expression, template statement use a language that looks like JavaScript. However, parser for template statements differ from the parser for template expression. And in addition to template statement, parser support the both basic new keyword to create a new instance right in your template statement, or you cannot use this increment and decrement operator and an assignment with plus operator and then a bitwise operator. You can also cannot use pipe operator because this is like the pipe operator in Angular, which we'll look at later. Template statements also have a context, a particular part of the application to which the statement belongs. And statements can refer to only what's in the statement context, which is typically the component instance. For example, if you try to access anything which is not part of your component, like window or document or global variables, you cannot access those in your template statement. Like in your code, if I go ahead and then say button component, button, and I use the click event, I'll just say console.log hello world. Let's fix this. Okay. Now it looks like it is okay, but it says console does not exist on a type app component, which is why it's throwing an error, is because the documentation clearly talks about it only works within the context. For example, you cannot use the global namespace like Windows or document or a console log. Now, to be able to use the console log, there's a trick you can do. You can actually go to your component file and then here create a console variable, name type any, and then just use the console from the global context. And now if I go back to, let me just go back to your template file, and we're gonna name the button so we can just see the button text at least. And if I now click on a button, it says it's logging hello. You can also have a multiple statement, use the semicolon, and then you can do another console log. Just click on the button, then you'll see that it's gonna run this first statement first, and then the semicolon, we're gonna run it again. You can also write some expressions like if I add a button and we're gonna use the click event, and I can check here 2 greater than false, which is actually false, and use the ternary operator. And we can just say console.log yes, and you could say yes, no. And then the button would say click me. So if I say click, you see it prints now. And if I change this to, let's say 6, which is true now. And if I click on a button, it should say yes. So let's go to documentation again. And here you got the context understanding now. And you also understand what to do or what not to do within this template statement. Let's understand the binding next. In Angular template, a binding creates a live connection between a part of the UI created from a template, a DOM element or a directive or a component, and a model. A model is your TypeScript class, so it says the component instance to which template belongs. The connection can also be used to synchronize the view with the model to notify when an event or user actions take place in a view. Now, we've already seen text interpolation, which is again a binding. So you type something in your model, which is your TypeScript file, and then you can access that in your template or HTML file with double crazy braces. We also seen the property binding and event binding, which is like your click event, and the two-word binding is something that we're going to look at. In this documentation, it talks about the syntax, template expression, or similar to JavaScript expressions. So we don't want to go into details because we have already used that. So let's go to the property binding. Property binding is something that you want to Angular to bind or take the value from your instance of your component, which in this case is your TypeScript. So the understanding of data flow, you can read about that, but I'll quickly show you what does the property binding syntax is. So we go to the code and I will create an image URL. So let's just say image URL, I'll name that variable, and I'll just use this favicon.io. That's like, your favicon.io, which is like the icon file that we have. So here, if I use this image tag, which requires the favicon.io as an image, and you can see it is now rendering. But let's say I don't want to read the value or write the value from here because this might change. So if I go into HTML file and I want to read the value from this variable, I can actually wrap my property in the square brackets, and inside the value, we can pass in the image URL, which is the variable name. we can see the favicon.io right there. In the documentation, it talks about the square bracket causes Angular to evaluate the right-hand side of the assignment as a dynamic expression, which means it will read the value from it. And you can also do that by, for passing the value to another component. For example, we will create a new component. I'll just create a component right here. We'll just create a component. Let's just say selector would be, let's say it would, okay, it's gonna need dash image item, okay, and we gotta make it standalone. And template, we don't need that template. I'll just use this template and just put an inline template right there. And we're gonna use this image URL source. We can pass in square brackets, and we're gonna use image URL, and that's about it. And you don't need this because that's like, you can turn in that. Now we are going to close this and then just make a component, and then you need to create a class for that. In terms of styles, just put the style like that. Okay, so that's our component. Now to be able to use that component, we're just gonna import that, which is in this case would be image item component. Once we import that, I'm just gonna remove this, and I'm going to use image item component. And you'll see we have the full width and height because of this. So let's just change this to 50 height auto. Okay, that's okay. Now let's just say you want to pass the value of this image to this component. We've already seen how we pass the value. We pass the value using input decorator. So I will use add input. I'll save. And now the default value is favicon.io, which I'm going to remove to, let's say, this, which is not going to render anything. And now you can see the picture is like undefined and it's missing. Now to be able to pass the value, we can just mark this empty for now. And we are going to use the value from a parent component, which in this case, we need to pass image URL, and I can pass in, okay, so now you see that we can pass in this image URL directly in HTML, but you can also read this value from your parent component, which in this case is app root. So what I'll do here is wrap it in a square bracket, and then you pass the variable from that component, which in this case is image URL, and there you go, the image is now rendering. Angular has a concept of change detection. So let's say without even reloading the server, if I change the value of this image URL within the parent component, for example, I'll just delete C. I save, you'll see image is not going to render because that's not a valid URL or valid name of fix it in our source code. So Angular continue changing even though your application is serving, but when you do a production build, it'll just still gonna continue doing a change detection, which is very, very useful. To give you an example, let me create a quick button component. We'll just say mat button, and I'm going to, let's just say hash button, and I'm going to say it's not a known element. Okay, right, this is not a known element. So what we'll need to do is just import mat button module. Once you do that, it's going to say, yes, it is a known element. So we just need to probably refresh. There you go. So now it's a known element, but we can't see the button right there. So I'm going to just remove this, and then let's just create a button there. Color to be, it's still considering this to be unknown element. So we'll go to material and we'll see how do we use the button component. Well, I've already used those many places. So we'll just view the code. So it said, okay, right, there's no mat button. So there's a button component with the directive of this mat button. So, okay, so there's a button now, which is like a basic button. I'm actually going to use the color property and pass in primary. Okay, now I'm gonna do one more thing. If I want to make the button to, let's say, raised, so we'll just use this mat raised button. So instead of mat button, raised button. All right, so now let's just say we create a new button, which we can say toggle, okay? And I'm gonna actually make this button value change the color of our button. So I'm going to create a variable down there, and let's just say button color, and that would be a string value, and we're going to say primary, and then read the value for this button from the template using the property binding. Okay, and we'll say button color. And you see it is still a button. But what I'm going to do now is create a function, toggle color, and we're going to say this dot button color, and this will be basically this dot button color equal to primary, then accent otherwise primary. So if I just call this function, actually, yes, this button color equal to primary, then accent otherwise keep it primary. So let me just run this function by calling the click event and say toggle function. And if I click on the button, then you see it becomes the accent, and then it's toggling now. So let's just say run, and you can see now it's toggling its color. When you run it, it changes the color of this, changes the property of this variable, which automatically gets triggered an event by Angular, which actually changes the color button right there. I think that's enough for your property binding. There's some best practices guide in Angular for doing a property binding best practices. So please go ahead and read. This is very important information, and to save time, it's very well understood that you can go and read this. Now we can look at this attribute binding. Attribute binding is pretty much the same way you bind using the square bracket syntax, but you can bind attributes in Angular to set the values for the attributes directly. For example, here you got the attribute and then whatever the name for that, and then you can pass in an expression. For example, we have this area label. You just start with attr area label, and then the actual variable that sits in your component file, like here. So very straightforward, no need to give an example. We also have this class and style binding. So class and style binding is basically very, very self-explanatory as well. I would highly recommend you to read this so you can use class and style binding to add and remove CSS classes names from an element class attribute. So to bind a single CSS class, you can use the class and then the name. So if I go ahead and then say, let me just create a class for the title, but I'll just wrap the title in h1. I'll just say my custom title with custom class. And I'm going to use this class, and you can actually read the value for that, but you can say dot, let's just say title, and then pass the value. Let's go ahead and then create a style for that, which is in this case is here. So we'll just create dot title, and I'm gonna just choose a color to, let's just say aqua. Okay, and the value would be here, let's say true. Now you see the value, because we pass it true, here we have this color applied, or this class applied to this h1 when the expression will return true. So what I'm going to do now is, let's go to the component file, and we just say primary and secondary. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is this dot, and we can actually create a variable first. So let's just say title class, and right now it's title, and we're going to say this dot title class equal to title class, otherwise title 2. So if I go ahead and then add another dot title 2 class, and we just mark that as red, and now you will see that if I go back to the code and I click on toggle, you'll see that color is being changed. But here it's not going to change because we need to use the variable right here, which would be title class. Now, depending on this expression, title class, this class will be applied or removed from h1. So if I click on toggle, you'll see it turns red. Okay, so let's save. Probably we have a title class and title class. Okay, that has to be a Boolean value. So we'll just say Boolean. I'm gonna change this to true, and this would be, let's change it. We can just trigger toggle it. Toggle. You see that? depending on the value for this. Let's take a look at the style binding. Similarly, you can pass in the style. Let's say here, okay, so style, the background color, and then expression. So this color will have an expression, which means you can pass in the actual styles right here in your expression. So here's an example for that. So you get style, text decoration, and then you have this active link style, which is just a string. So it sets the font to 1.2 rem and then the color of cornflower blue. So similar stuff. We don't need to go and give an example, but yeah, you can take a look at this here and understand how you apply all the style with a lot of configurations available here. Event binding is something that we have been using. So you have this click event, and then you have this onSave, which is like a function that you call in. So target event name and then the template statement. Determining an event target is like, to determine event target, Angular checks if the name of the target event matches an event, then it's like a non-directive. So I don't want to go into so many details here. You can just read. It's a plain collection. You will understand what exactly they're talking about. Now, last concept that around the binding is this two-way binding. So two-way binding gives components in your application a way to share data. The two-way binding to listen for an event and update the values simultaneously between parent and a child component. So two-way binding combines property binding with an event binding. So we already talked about property binding and an event binding. Here an example. So you have this square bracket, and then you have an event binding, which is your parentheses. And here we got this size and font. So I'm going to use the same example here. Basically, what it does is, let's just say we'll have this primary, right? Let me create an input field. Let's get rid of these buttons, and we just choose input field. And I can actually go ahead and then find an input field from here. So you got input, and that's what we're going to use. So let's find the code for this. So that's mat from field. Let's grab this and we'll just paste it in here. And we're going to just import by using Angular mechanism to import stuff here. Let's refresh, and we're going to refresh again. I'm not sure why there are two buttons still appearing. And that's probably because we have an error. Let's see here. Yep, it says error in a template, so it doesn't know about mat input. So we're just gonna have to import that as well. Let's save, and then let's say another error. Why exactly is that? Let's refresh. Okay, there's still an error, which says the mat label is a web component and add is a blah blah blah. So what I'm going to do here is there's a mat label. We actually don't have a mat label input, so I'll just use mat label, and that should resolve an error now. Okay, that did resolve error. And now we have a value of input field, which is here. Now let's just say if I'm going to, let's just remove this and say one-way binding. Okay, and we are going to put that. So we got one-way binding, and the value is like sushi for now. And when I copy this field, and we just make another field, and I'm gonna rename this to two-way binding. Okay, so what is the difference between this and this? Well, the difference is one has a one-way binding and the second has two-way binding. Well, not exactly, because we haven't really changed anything. So now if I just say change the value of, let's just say, I'll create two variables there. Let me get rid of these variables because these are the buttons we don't need anymore. So we just say title class doesn't exist. Let's just get rid of that as well. We don't need that. And in terms of value, we can just say one-way value, and I'm gonna just say one-way value. Okay, and now you see that the value is like one-way value, and here we have one-way value. Now let's create another variable which is two-way value, and we are going to just say two-way value, and then I'm going to render the values right here. So let's just say render one way and render two way. Actually, I'm going to, yeah, that's fine for now, just for a demonstration purpose, guys. So there's two-way value and there's a one-way value. Now let's say if I start typing something in the one-way value, it doesn't update this. Probably I need to move this here like that. Okay, much better now. It's a one-way value. I'm gonna change the value. It doesn't change anything. Well, because it's a one-way value, it's not updating the one-way value, but just a reading from it. So for example, if I go ahead and then create a function, let's say set timeout, and we're gonna just say this dot one-way value equal to one-way value changed, and that's it. And that will be after, let's say, 2 seconds. If I run this, and then you'll see the one-way value changes under both ways. But when I change something in the input field, it doesn't update anything because it's just reading from it. Now, if I go ahead and then change the syntax of value 2, which in this case, for example, it's the same thing, okay? It doesn't really have any different syntax, but I'm gonna just wrap it in the parentheses. Once I do that, you see there's an error. So it says the property and event how of the two-way binding value are not bound to the name target. Well, to be able to use two-way binding, you need to use this ng model. Let me remove everything pretty much, say, and then I'm going to use this ng model with two-way binding, and we can pass in just two-way value and import form module. Once I save, you'll see the application is now running. Now, if I go ahead and change something in the input field, you see it is actually updating the value while we're changing. So the input field is now also changing the value of this two-way value variable, but also reading from it. For example, if I create another set timeout, and we just say two-way binding change after 4 seconds. So let's say if I go ahead and change something, you'll see after 4 seconds, it will just go back to two-way value changed. Let me refresh the page, and that's it. And you'll see it will change after 4 seconds. There you go. The two-way value changed. So basically, this ng model allows you to do a two-way binding in Angular, and you can read about this here. So yeah. Now let's talk about the control flow quickly before we wrap up this and go to the pipes. Control flow is a very, very simple. If you know TypeScript and JavaScript, and I believe you do because you're learning Angular, you can use this if and else statement now in Angular, which is very self-explanatory. So let's say if I go ahead and then say, I'm going to render a value, let's say test bool to true, okay? And I'm gonna just say, render my title, use the if test boolean. If that is true, then we're just going to render the title. Otherwise, we're not going to render the title at all. And you'll see if I create a set timeout and we just say text boolean to false after 6 seconds as unique, and you can see that test timeout will just go away after 6 seconds. There we go. So after 6 seconds, the test boolean becomes false, and then there's a condition for this to render, it goes away. Similarly, we have this else statement. We can say else, just add else. We just say else Angular title, save. You'll see Angular template will go away, and then else will trigger, and you'll see else Angular title comes to life. There you go. Similarly, in JavaScript or TypeScript, you have this else if as well. We can say after this, or just before this, I can say add else if, and we can say true, then you do this. Okay, not true, but let's just say false. Save. Angular template syntax appearing, and after 6 seconds, this becomes false, and then you have this add Angular tile, which is like here. Yeah, you got the point. Now, similarly, if you used Angular before, there's a for loop for repeated items. So I'm going to create an array. So let's say array, and we are going to just say, let me actually remove these conditionals, and we're going to say add for, and we just use this array. Let's say let I of array, and then we just say track by just whatever array, and then you pass it here. Let's take a look at the example. So items of items track item.id. So that's just like a loop. So I'm using the same syntax. What's going on? Oh, there's no lat here. Okay, there we go. So now I'm gonna use this mat title, and we're just gonna render it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Okay. So basically using this array to re-render this with this different values. Like I is the value from an array right now. And we've also seen that in our to-do application project. Let's talk about pipes. Pipes are very important in terms of when you're displaying a data into your Angular application. I'm going to read this passage as it say, use pipes to transform string, currency amounts, dates, and other data. So what is a pipe? So pipes are simple functions that use to template to accept an input value and return the transformed value. And pipes are useful because you can use them throughout your applications while only declaring each pipe once. So instead of updating, a function code for every single data set, or, similar transformation can be, built under a pipe, which can be used in your template. We have some built-in pipes. So Angular provides built-in pipes for typical data transformation, for internationalization, which use local information to format. So let's take a look at some of the built-in pipes. And there's a syntax how you use a pipe. So I'll click on this using a pipe in the template section. Now the pipe, it has an operator. We have this is called a pipe operator. Now, if you type a pipe operator within a template expression, as shown in an example here, it will actually format the date for you. So it's using a date formatter right now. Additionally, pipes can also take some parameters. So once you do that, you can actually use this colon and then pass your parameters after you declare the pipe. We can also have a chaining pipe, which means that you can use multiple pipes. For example, in this case, it is, formatting the birthday to date, just an year, and then make it uppercase. So there's another pipe that you can use. Now let's take a look at an example how we use the pipe. Before we do that, let me go ahead and then just get rid of pretty much all of this. We don't need that. Now I'm simply going to go to TypeScript file, and we are going to create, let's say, a birthday. Let's just create a birthday like that. Now we have a date, right? If I go ahead and then just say birthday and then save, you see this is how the birthday is rendering. Now that is okay, but I would like to format it. So I can use a pipe symbol and then just use date. And because pipes are function and they need to be imported, so I'll just use this import date pipe from a web storm. So if I click on import, you will see it is going to import the date pipe. Here you go. That's your date pipe from Angular Common. And then you need to import that here as well. Let me actually do one thing. Actually, we can just format it this way. So we could see all of the dependency in the nice array. Okay, there you go. That's much better. Now, as you can see here, once you type the date pipe, you see that there is a format happening now. So this is like February 1, 1990. That's what it's happening. Now you can also add a parameters like, you could do just give me an year. Like it's going to give you an year. And if you say, give me, let's say, month, it's going to give you a month. And if we go and change the data, let's say here we're getting a 99 date, month index 1, we'll just change that 6 and date to, let's say, 8, save. And then you will see that once I change this, I'll refresh the page. And then the month, it's not changing. Maybe we have a problem with our date. So let me say, actually gonna just do one thing for the current date. So let's get rid of this completely. And now when I do that, you'll see it's going to give me 28. What exactly is this? Well, to find out all of these formatted options, you can actually go to documentation, and we're going to open a new tab, and I'm going to go to the reference, and here we're going to go to API reference, and I'm going to find date pipe. Here you go. That's your date pipe. Click on that, and you have a full in detail information on this page. And on the right, you see all the usage and stuff. So let's go to usage notes. In the usage note, you see we have a lot of options available. For example, if we go back to the code and we just say short, you'll see this is the short format of your date. If you do medium, that's your medium. So it's a March 24, 2024, and then the time right now. Then we have this long. So we'll just say long. But you can also build your custom formula. For example, here, that long is actually equivalent to this bit here. So what I'll do here is, let me just copy this. And then instead of long, we just paste that. And then you see it's equivalent to that. So let's say if I don't want to show seconds, I'll just get rid of this SS, and then you see there's no second. Then if you want to just get rid of year, just remove that, and then you get rid of year. And then the month is like this, but you have like 2M. If you type, then it will show you in the numbers. But yeah. So basically, the idea is to use pipe to transform the data right in the template. And we've seen the date pipe here. Now let's just say I will remove pretty much everything here, and I'm gonna choose MMM, and now it's like the 3030. I don't know what is that format, but that's these are the options available, so you can go ahead and then read about those and then figure out your format very easily. Now I'm going to actually create same date again. Let's just put everything back. Now we're going to use another data, so I'll just go ahead and then use something like a string. So we'll just say username, that will be a string, and we just say John Doe, for example. And here we just print name. I would like to just use name for now. So let's say sometimes you want to uppercase, a string. There's another built-in pipe called uppercase. Enter, and then you enter to import that as well. So now you see it doesn't matter what the value in string you're gonna get, it is gonna uppercase that. It's like using the CSS and then uppercasing your string. So if I just type whatever, everything's gonna get uppercase because of this type. So if I go back and then say okay, case pipe, so you go to documentation, and then here you have uppercase pipe, and it actually does not have any formatter, I guess. So there's a title case, there's a lowercase, and there's an uppercase. So basically, if I go to documentation and in the reference, I will click on pipes. So there's an animation section, and there's a common section. What I like to do is filter with pipes. And we should see, actually there used to be a formatter, and here's like the formatter. So if you click on a pipe, you will see all the pipes available in Angular. For example, we've used this date pipe. We've seen this uppercase and lowercase, and title case is similar. There's a slice pipe. JSON pipe is very, very important. You're going to be using JSON pipe quite a lot because a lot of times there's going to be data that is going to be, let's say, it's a list of students, and we're going to create a JSON object, and we can just say this. Okay, now property name doesn't exist, so that's fine. We just get rid of that. Now if I do something like list of students, you'll see it says object, which means it is actually an object. So how do we render the JSON or format the JSON object right in your template? And you can do that by using a JSON formatter or pipe. Let's import that as well. And then you will see it is going to render the JSON. Basically, it stringifies your object before it renders in your template. I think we talked a lot about pipe. I'll take you to the next section where you can actually create your own custom pipes using this. But let me try one time this chaining something. Let's say here we got this list of JSON, and let's say if I use this uppercase pipe, what happens? Everything will be uppercase within your JSON pipe. How cool is that? So you can chain pipes, you can create custom pipes. Most probably you're going to be using the built-in pipes like JSON and date pipe, uppercase, lowercase pipes, but you can create a custom pipe, which we can look at right now. So here's a guide for that. Custom pipe, it's like really creating a class and then using this pipe decorator. And a pipe decorator will also take a name and if it's a standalone or not. That's pretty simple stuff. And it takes the transform function that you need to put into it, and then that's it. And then you can import that pipe. Now, I want to keep things simple, so I would like to just create a pipe right in this file, or actually we can go to, actually just keep it simple, guys, for now. We can create a pipe right here. So let me just copy the code from here, and then I'll explain to you. Actually, let's type, because that will probably be better, because that you probably don't make sense if we just create a pipe. Okay, so I'm just gonna try making some space. Now I want to start with @ symbol, and I want to create a pipe, and that's gonna take in a metadata object, and I would just say, let's say, greet. Okay, and then we just make it standalone to true. Then we're gonna create a class, so which will be export class greet pipe, and that's it for now. Now this, because you mark this as a pipe using this decorator, you need to use this transform function. And a transform function basically has one input, which takes the name as a parameter and then add hello to it and then return the value. So if I go ahead and then start using this pipe by just importing that, we just say greet pipe, just directly import that because that's already in your file. So we'll just go to the HTML. Now I'm going to use a name value. So let's just create another variable name and then just say string John. Okay. Now let me render name, and let's remove this and say name. You have a John. Okay. Now let's just say you want to make sure you have like a 1,000 names that you want to add hello to it. You can actually create greet pipe, which we did, right? So we'll just use this and then say greet, and then save, and you see it says hello John. Now in our pipe, what's happening here is that the transform function, which you need to add when you're creating a pipe, it takes the value, whatever you typed in it, whether it's a string, whether it's like, whatever the value is, and then you have to do an operation. For example, if I just say, welcome John, have a great day, save, and you see it says, welcome John, have a great day. Now let's just say we have a multiple names. So the good part is pipe is that they're reusable. So you can create at once and then reuse them pretty much everywhere you want in your application. All you need to do is just import the pipe. Let's say name to, then I'm gonna just use this as a number now. Yeah. And then I'll just say, let's say 7. Okay. Now let me just try putting this num2 and then use this greet, and then you're gonna get an error it says the name2 has a type of number which is not assignable to parameter of string. So basically our transform function takes the value of a string. So let's go to the pipe, and here's the problem. So now if I change this to any, the error will go away. And then, if I just say, okay, just remove this, then it says, welcome 7, have a great day. So basically it is actually taking the value, which is a number, and we have this template literal, then putting in this here. But the idea is to use pipe with the proper strict typing. So you will make sure that you have an exact type of data that is coming in, and then you format that data. Otherwise, it's going to be, sometimes causing bug. So now you know how to create a pipe. Let's take a look at the documentation. So when making a pipe, make a class as a pipe and supply the configuration metadata in the add pipe to the class. Here, that's what we're doing. Just name, and then if it's a standalone or not. Then using the transform interface. So you need to basically use this transform function. Right now, this class is actually taking the transform function, but even though if you remove it, it's not going to throw an error. So the property transform does not exist because we try to use that. That's why it doesn't exist, and the pipe tells you that. So to be able to restrict that, you need to use this implement and just say pipe transform. And now it's going to throw an error in the TypeScript. So it said property transform does not exist because this pipe transform makes sure that you have a transform function, which, transforms the data for you. So we just say, I don't want lots of, so we'll just say value and has to be 3. Okay, that's basically, making sure that you have this transform function in all the pipes. That's just an interface that you implement. Next, they talk about transforming a value exponentially. So here you can read about it. That's pretty much, TypeScript stuff. If you know TypeScript, then it should be okay. Now let's go to pipe precedence in expression. Here, it's plain TypeScript. Please read about it. And it tells you that, when the data is going to get formatted. Change detection with pipes. So change detections is very advanced topic in Angular, which we'll look at later in the course, but you can read about it here. So I'll just read this, and, so we can read it together, and then I can have a feeling that, I'll explain this to you. The pipes are often used with the data bound values, which is the name or whatever the value that might change based on the user actions. So if the data is a primitive input value such as string or number, or an object referenced as input such as date or array, Angular exits the pipe whenever it detects a change. So pipe will be executed again and again when it sees the data has changed, which is really, really good. Now, it talks about how change detection works. That's a really advanced topic, guys. Read, and then, and then if you have any questions, you can comment below in the description of this video, which I'll try to answer. But we don't really need to spend time in explaining everything because that's really out of scope. And you're not going to be able to, take any advantage by reading this, I would say, because change detection is usually automatically done by Angular, but this is like overriding the change detection, which is another great idea, but you could do that. So unwrapping data from an observable, that's really, really important, because when you're going to be using Angular, 99% you are going to be using some sort of a backend API to get the data from. Now, when you have an API that is, returning an observable, which means it needs to fetch the data from the backend, you have to sometimes wait. For example, in this case here, we can create an observable, which, let's say, I'm actually going to just grab it, and we are going to, let me just copy everything from here, and then we can just paste everything here. We already talked about. Let's import observable. Let's import internal. Let's import take. And I'm going to use this add update yes, and update input for this. Okay, so it says property name doesn't exist. Well, it does not because, and we don't have that TypeScript anymore. Okay, so here's our empty card and we brought the data. Then let's copy basically this bit here in our template. Let me just go ahead and put it in the content. Save. Now it says, okay. All right, so here we have a problem. So we are using this message, which is an observable. Okay, we are basically saying, can you just read the data from an observable and just render it here? But the problem is when these components get initialized or constructed, we set the value of this dot message to this function, which returns an internal observable after 1 second. Okay, so let me just use a JSON pipe, for example. Use a JSON pipe here, and now it's renders that observable into like, stringify it. It's a source, and then there's nothing there because the data is not there yet because we're just trying to just render this completely, but this is an observable which runs periodically after 1 second, and it just maps the data to, just interpolation happening here, and then just take the length, and then it starts with waiting for our messages. Now, everything is looking good, but why it's not rendering anything? Well, basically there is a pretty cool pipe called async pipe, and I'm just gonna import that, save, and then once you do that, you see it says waiting for message, message 2, message 3, and now it's actually subscribing to this message observable, which is inside your template, and just automatically renders the data when it arrives. So if I take you to API reference, and we are going to click on pipes, and here's the async pipe. So it unwraps a value from an asynchronous primitive. Here's a description. So async pipe subscribe to an observable or a promise and returns the latest value it has emitted. When a new value is emitted, the async pipe marks the component to be checked for changes. When the component gets destroyed, the async pipe unsubscribes automatically to avoid potential memory leaks when a reference of the expression changes. So that should just make sense if you know TypeScript and RxJS. That should be pretty easy for you to understand. So that's really, really important. So in my experience, I have used the date time picker, date pipe, and uppercase, lowercase, and then JSON, and then async. These are the most common pipes that I've used working with pipes. So let's go to documentation again, and yeah, that's pretty much covers the section for pipes. Before we wrap up this section of the course, I'll talk about template reference variable, which is very, very useful. And we actually already used template reference variable when we were talking about referencing components and children with the queries. So basically the syntax for template reference variable is pretty straightforward. So I'll click on documentation. So we'll just talk about from documentation first. The template reference variable helps you to use data from one part of the applications in another part of the template. Now you can reference the element after creating a template reference variable for that, and that's very, very useful. A template reference variable can refer to the following: a DOM element within a template, a directive, or a component. We can also use a template reference from ngTemplate. Web component is another concept which is out of the scope of this video, but if you're interested in learning web components, then I have a separate video which I will link in the description of this video. Okay, so what is a template reference variable? Well, the syntax is straight away. You just gotta use this hash symbol. So let's go and then let me zoom in. So hash symbol, okay? In template, you can use a hash symbol to declare a template variable. And that's pretty simple, right? You just declare a variable by hash and then the name of the variable. So let's go to the code and we will declare a template reference variable. I'm going to take you to HTML, and here we have this h1 tag. An h1 tag, as you can see here, it has a hello, and then it has this h1. Now, for example, if I want to access this in our type default, we can do that by using viewChild. We already seen that how to query. So you will just use hello, which is a template variable number. You can also pass in static to true. We already seen what does it mean. So just say hello equal to, and then we can basically just say, okay, the type would be any. And now, and after our component gets initialized, which we already talked about, the lifecycle hooks, you get access to that element. Now, before we go further, what is another things that you can do? Let's go to documentation, and here it talks about how Angular assigns values to the template. So Angular assigns a template variable a value based on where the value is declared. If you declare a variable on a component, the variable refers to the component in its sense. If you declare a variable on a standard HTML, the variable refers to the element. If you declare a variable on ng template element, the variable refers to template a reference. So what we have in our code is simple HTML element. So we will go ahead and then open component, and I would like to just create something like this so we can just see TypeScript and HTML side by side. Right, so now we're gonna be looking at documentation, and this looks like a standard HTML element. So what we can do here is, let's say, that's our HTML heading element now. It needs the initializer, which we can actually pass in new element reference, and actually not element reference, but you can pass in some a new initializer. But what I'm gonna do is just simply add this. So we're just telling it the Angular that it's never going to be null. Okay, so just use the exclamation mark. Now let's go ahead and then run the application. I will just run the server, and that should be running on localhost. And here we have this hello world. I'm going to open console, and within console, we can just use the constructor function. Actually, not a constructor function, but also define a constructor function, which is okay. But what I need to actually define is a lifecycle hook. So just say after new initialize, and then we will just create or implement the interface within this function. And now if I do, for example, this dot hello dot inner HTML equal to wow. So if I save this and refresh, the problem is it's not updating because it's a heading element. So what I want to do now is let's do a bit of DOM manipulation. So here we had this app root, and we got h1. And if I just then let's see, let me do a console.log this dot hello, and you will see what we have here in the log. So here's the element reference. That's a native element. And if I now go ahead and say this dot hello dot native element, and then we can just say dot, and there should be hello world value somewhere. So here's the inner HTML to hello world. I can actually go ahead and then change that to, let's say, inner HTML to wow. Let's save and say that inner does not exist on HTML, so that's fine. We can change this to element reference, and then that should be no problem. So as you can see here, we use the DOM manipulation to access that h1 and then target its native element, and then the inner HTML, which is wow. So template reference variable is pretty useful when it comes to manipulating down. But also you could do something like you could use hello dot, and then you could say inner HTML. Here what's happening is basically it is going to access the hello, which is a variable within our HTML template, and then you can pass in the the next property. And here we have an error says the has a change detection, but don't worry about that. But the idea is you can access your HTML element when you have a template reference variable, and you can just call that reference variable directly in HTML file as well. So if I go ahead and then say hello.native element dot inner HTML, let's see what happens. There's going to be an error because it doesn't exist, because in HTML you don't need to really call the native element because the template reference variable itself is a native element. Okay, so that's let's go ahead and then use this documentation to go through if we missed anything. So using ngForm with template reference, you can read about that. Basically, you can manipulate forms using template reference variable from your TypeScript file. Then also template reference variable has a scope, just like in JavaScript. TypeScript template reference variables are scoped to the template that declares them. So basically what it's saying is wherever you declare this is a scope of your component, that's where it's available or accessible. But you want to access it in TypeScript file, you can do so by using the VChild decorator. Now, similarly, it talks about the structured directives such as ngIf, ngFor, or ngTemplate declaration creates a new nested template scope. So pretty straightforward stuff, guys. Accessing the nested template, you can actually use this value.value, which means in the input field. So let me grab this, okay? And we go to the code, and I will go ahead and then just put it here. Now we need to create a variable now. So if I do first example, and we can pass in string value equal to, and we can say it's actually not a string, but it's a element reference again. No, actually that's a data. So that would be a string, and we just pass an empty string for now. Okay, and then say it's cannot bind to because it's not a known property of input, which is fine. We can just import the form modules. So once you import the form modules here, now the error should go away. There we go. Now if I type anything, it's a two-way binding, which we've already talked about. But let's say if you go ahead and want to grab that value, you can do so by using the first example. They'll give you the value, whatever you type. But because you have access to the reference variable, you can actually say ref1 dot value. Okay, now it's accessing the input field and then getting its value. So let's just say I type, and you see here, it is again, writing that value using the template reference variable. So next we go to, it's the same thing that we talked about. Just read it, and then you get to know what exactly it is. But template reference variable we'll be using a lot in our next item. In the template reference, we have this SVGs as template. All it says is you can use SVG files as template in your Angular application. When you use SVG as a template, you are able to use directive and binding just like an HTML template, and you can use these features dynamically to generate interactive graphics. And here's an example for that. All you got to do is just simply create an SVG component and start your element with SVG. And you can pretty much do usually whatever you can do with a template, HTML, you can do with SVG as well, which is cool. That's about it for this section of the course. Next, let's talk about HTTP client and how do we use HTTP client to make backend calls for loading the data. That's one of the most common use case when you have to build an application which needs a server to retrieve data. And in Angular, we use this HTTP module. Now we're going to talk about HTTP client, which is used to make HTTP calls to the backend server to retrieve data or upload data. If you go to the documentation in the in-depth guide, you'll see HTTP client. Click on that, and here's an overview. So let me go ahead and read this. It says, understanding communication with the backend services using HTTP. The most front-end application needs to communicate with the server over HTTP protocol to download or upload data and access other backend services. Angular provides a client HTTP API for Angular applications. The client service class is available in Angular/common/HTTP, and there are some features available for that. So it says HTTP client service offers the following major features: ability to request type response values, streamlined error handling, request response interception, and robust testing utilities. Well, if you have used the JavaScript, which I believe you have, and you have understanding of making HTTP calls in plain Node.js or JavaScript, or just simple XML HTTP call, you can actually see what are the things that it's talking about. Now let's go to setting up client. We have various configuration options, but the easy way to set up your client is by using this provide HTTP client function. So let's go to the code, and I am going to now open a file, which is going to be our main file. And within this main file, we have this app config. We go into that. And then here we have app configuration. So we got the providers there. I'm going to use this. Let me go back and see. Okay, provide HTTP client. So copy this, and then we paste it here, and that's it. And actually, we need to add a comma there, and then just import from HTTP, and then pretty much we need to call this as a function within providers. Actually, that's correct. So this is the provider, and we just put it a comma there, and then I'm gonna just put provide HTTP client, and that's it. Now, at this stage, we can use the HTTP client service to make an API call. As you can see, you can then inject HTTP client service to the dependency of the component, and you can make an API call. So we can configure the features of HTTP client as well. For example, if you want to use the fetch API to make an HTTP call, you could use with fetch, pass this with fetch function to it, and use the fetch API. Or you want to use XML HTTP request API, which is used by default, as it states here. By default, HTTP client uses the XML HTTP request API to make request. With fetch feature switches the client to use fetch API, and it's plain JavaScript and stuff. So let's say it says fetch is more modern API and is available in a few environment where XML HTTP request is not supported. It does have a few limitations, such as not producing upload progress events, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's totally fine. And then, we have this ability to intercept our request as well. So if I use this with intercepts, and there's an intercept guide, which we'll get to that, which means before you make an API call, you want to make a clone of it and then update its headers or the response type or whatever configuration you were passing. You can do that in one place with interceptors. And here we have with interceptors from DI. That's another topic we will talk about. And then we have this bit JSON key support as well. All of these are basically not related to Angular. These are common web development concepts, and you can read about them on MDN or somewhere online. Now let's go ahead and then try to make an API call. So I'll go to making API request, which should be, give us an example. So let's go to the code. Once you've done that, then I'm going to go back to app component, and then within app component, now we can use HTTP client. So in terms of dependent injection, you could actually use private HTTP, and the convention is to start with underscore HTTP and then HTTP client. Now you have access to HTTP client. We can find an online, so let's say sample HTTP request for testing, and there should be a JSON server that I can actually find. More JSON API response. I think JSON placeholder. So free fake API calls. That's what we're gonna make an API call to. And then here is the sample. But we're gonna copy a URL from here. So I'll just copy the URL. Let's hit to do, and then we go back to restored. Now let's try using their HTTP client. Now let me just clean up a little bit. We don't need us. Actually, we just leave that here. And we're gonna be, let's say, create button, and this is gonna have a clip run. So we make API call and a call API, and we're gonna go into creating a function with this make API call, and that'll be a function. Now within this, we are going to use HTTP client, but let's see if I save. We have this call API and we have a console as well, so we can see both run side by side. All right, so we can access this HTTP client by this dot HTTP, and then if you type dot, you'll see you have lots of options. Now you can make get request, put request, add, delete, post, JSONP, and you can also pass options for your request. So I'm gonna simply use the get request. I'm going to paste the URL for JSONP. Now this returns an observable. So let me go ahead to dot, and then we can subscribe to it or pipe it. So we just say subscribe. And then with this, we are going to use this next function, which is going to provide us a value. So we just say value, which is we're going to just log it to the console at this stage. And you also have an option to catch an error. So just say if there's an error, then just do a console log or console error. And then we can also make sure you want to run something. You can run it when the function completes. So we can say console.log. We can say API request completed. Now, if I make this, if I make a call by clicking on this button, you see what happens. If I click on API call, now we can see in the network tab, let me just filter out by fetch. So if I click on call, you see there's a API call name 1, which has a URL to this, which we define. Let me just make it a little bigger for you guys to see. And we can see the return is this, okay? So this is pretty cool. You can now use the get call by using this HTTP client, get, and then that's it. Now, some more, few other things. If we go back to this page, you have, let's say, a list of API calls. So let's say if you want to use, excuse me, so you want to get post, comments, albums. So let's just say post, for example. Here's an API call. We just copied this and we go to the code and we're gonna paste it here. And now let's click on call API. There's a post API call happens now. And you see we got the response from JSON placeholder, which is amazing. So you can see you get pretty much the data coming back from the JSON placeholder. Now let's take a look at some other documentation. So here we got making a request. That's totally fine. We know that. Now you have this response type, a JSON text. Whatever the value type you get, we're just logging it. So in our case, it returns the object. So I would highly recommend to go ahead and then read if you want to fetch other types of data, for example, a blob or a JSON data or response type. You want to change that. So you can read all about that. Now we have this mutating server state, which means we can make a post request to send the data. So let's take a look at that one. Next, let me find a free fake API call. So that's get, and then here we have post. where exactly is the post typical. So we gotta click on guide. That's our guide, and then creating our resources, and here's a post request. Okay, cool. So we can just say copy post, and that's what we're getting. Instead of this, we are going to use just post. Now the post requires data to be posted. So if we look at the HTTP request, we're gonna just copy this schema. Also go to the documentation. Here it says URL and then the new config. A new config is your object for creating a data, and then it gets serialized as body. So let's go to the code, and we are going to create a payload. So usually in web development, payload it's something that is called, so we say payload, we type any for now, and let's just paste this single object, and then we are going to use payload save. And now we're gonna create another make API call, say call post, call get, and we are going to, let's say, copy this and paste again, and say make post, and this one we just return back to get rid of this, and we just get rid of that as well. And we're gonna rename this to, let's say, make get. Okay, so we got this make get, make post, so we just say make post call. Now, if I go ahead and then say call get, which is returning the data, and if I just say call post, now it is posting the data. So it says, here you can see we got this request method to be post, and it says 201 created, which means the request was successful, and you have the payload that we passed it here, and then the response from the API is the same object that we passing, right? Now you can use like other functions, for example, make delete, and we are going to simply delete. So let's go find this delete examples updating, which is the put request. You can use that as well. Patching and deleting. Here you go, the delete. So here we're gonna use this delete, and then we're passing the ID. Depending on the resource and for the backend you're using, your API call changes. Yeah. So let's go in here, and we're just gonna do this dot http dot delete, which takes the URL and any options for your header. So we just say delete, and then we're just simply gonna delete the post, and then we can just subscribe to it. And instead of like this, I'm just going to use the function. We'll just say the response any to, let's say, we can just use console.log, and we can just say response, and we can create another button about. We just say make delete and call delete save. And now you can see if I click on delete, it does create a delete call to the API that we pass in, and then return is empty, which means we just deleted. So the API call was successful, which means the 200 is our response type, but nothing returned from this API call. So now the last thing we're going to look at is different types of options that you can pass in. For example, in the payload, if you look at the documentation for this, let's go to the documentation. So here, if you go to its declaration, it says it takes a URL, a body, which we pass in as object, and then options. Within options, you can update the headers, a context, observer, or parameters as well. You can use the with credentials or response type to, by default it's JSON, but you can change that to string or text or whatever you want to do. Let's close this file and let's look at the options. So here for, let's say, a post request. If I go ahead and then say payload and add a comma and then start an object, that is your options. And WebStorm is pretty smart when it comes to, giving you some intelligence. So here you see we have a context event passing, response type, parameters, observed headers. So all of these stuff that is not really Angular, but it's the way you use the fetch API or XML HTTP request APIs. All of these options can be passed to that. So I'm going to skip all this because I don't want to explain TypeScript or an HTTP client for that. So we just skip that for now. And let's save it. Let's see if our post call still works. We can post call, yes, still works because we can really pass an empty object for options. That should be okay. So if I click on, let's say, this dot HTTP request dot, and here you have this all the options. So you got get, post, delete options, put, head, JSON patch, and request. The request is like a raw call that you can use. But yeah, you can read about that. It should be pretty self-explanatory if you know some JavaScript. Now let's go to documentation. Here we talk about setting up a URL param. So you can use the options object to pass the params. You can set up request headers. You can interact with the server with the response type, receiving raw progress events. So again, all of these are pretty much not Angular, but simple JavaScript or TypeScript HTTP request. So you can read about it. Let's skip all this and then just quickly go to the interceptor and response. So basically, sometimes you want to intercept all the requests that goes out from your application. So if it says, so interceptors are generally functions which you can run for each request and have a broad capability to context affect the content overall, flow of the request and response. You can install multiple interceptors which forms an interceptor chain where each interceptor processes the request or response before forwarding it to the next interceptor in the chain. So you can use interceptor with the variety of common patterns like adding authentication. For example, if you want to, add a token to all of your calls, you could add an interceptor and then read a token that you return from one API call and then send with every request. For example, here, if I want to pass in like a token header to each API call would be a lot tedious. For example, let me just give you an example. So if you go headers, and then in the headers, you can use this, token. So let's say, what is your token? Auth, the location, and then you have like something like barrier, and then the token, right? And every request will require you to pass this. But with interceptor, it's much easier. So let me get rid of the options from here. Let's take a look at how we set up the interceptor. So defining interceptor is like, exporting a function, logging interceptor, and then just utilizing that within your with interceptor function. So if I go ahead and then say create a function, and we can simply create a function right in our app component file. Actually, we don't need to create the function there. We can go to the main file, and in app config, I can just use a function here, and I'll just use HTTP request, just import all of these. And okay, so update imports. Okay, so we imported pretty much all of the stuff. Now you need to pass this logging interceptor. So if I go provide interceptor within this, we have EK or E providers. Let me see what's the, so okay, edge client with interceptor, and then you pass an array in the chain, which is cool. So let's say, with interceptors. That takes an array, and we use, let me put this in a circle line so it's easier to read. So with interceptor, and then we just use this logging interceptor. I'll save the application, and now if I go ahead and then say get in the console, you will see it is logging, and it's coming from this app component TS file. Let's just close this and then say call post, and the post call did return the data. Where you say API request completed, that's logged from the API call. But what about this line? So this is like HTTP JSON place blah blah blah, and that's where it is. This is our function. Okay, so now request.url, that's what we're logging. But let's say you can also do the log go every request will go through me. I'll save that, and now if I go ahead and get called, you see every request go through me. Call post, every request goes through me. Call delete, every request goes through me. So basically, we didn't really, add this everywhere, but we just created one interceptor, which means every call from HTTP client will go through first this function, which is very, very useful when you want to add something to the call. So here we got this intercepting response events. You can read about that. You can also modify the request as well. So if I go copy this, okay, and then go in the code, let me zoom out a little bit. And within this function, before we return the request, we create a variable. We say request with headers. And then what I'm doing is using this request.clone. A request is this, which is the original request. We clone that. Once we clone that, then we modify it. We just like setting up the header, and then we return request with header. So instead of request, I'm going to say request with headers. So save. Now, if I go ahead and then go to network tag, clear this out, we say make get call. And if you look at, let me zoom out a bit. Here we have this request. Now let's take a look at the headers. We want to find out if this new X new header available with new header value within our list of headers. So we got response headers. Then we can look at the request headers right here. Okay, so request header should have this header that we defined here. So let's see. Oh, there we go. So we have this little new header with the new header value. As you can see, every request will have this header. So if I make a post request, I go in here and then you go request, and you see there's a new value, new header value. So you can just, modify the request and clone it before you send it off, which is amazing. And this is where you will add your authentication token for each request once the request is authenticated. So dependent section and interceptors, just read about it. That's really something, telling you how you can append the header. So grab the current headers and then append the headers with, token, and then return the new request back. Request and response metadata, that's all really not Angular, but you can read about those to learn more about HTTP protocol. Then we got testing, which is out of the scope of this video. I'll create a separate video when it comes to how we test Angular HTTP client. All right, that wraps up our HTTP client section of this course. In this section of the course, we are going to start learning Angular routing. I'm going to click on Docs, and here we have a section for Angular routing. I'll click on that. I'm going to read the first passage here. It says, in a single page application which Angular makes, you can create what the user sees by showing or hiding portion of the display that correspond to a particular component rather than going to the server to get a new page. So as a user platform application task, they need to move between different views that we have defined. And to do that, we have a package called a router in Angular. Now let's go ahead in the code, and I will create a couple of components. So first of all, let me just say component A. Let's use the Angular semantics, and we're going to generate a component. Let's say account page. And we're going to create another component. Let's say dashboard. And within dashboard, you can have multiple routes. For example, within this dashboard, we'll just use another component. Let's say add A's. Without going inside it, then we'll create another component using the semantics in Webstrom. We'll just say tab B. And we have a tab A and tab B, and then an account. Now let's just say we are going to navigate through these, via Angular routing. And how do we do that? Let's go to the documentation. Here we will click on common routing tasks. All the way here, it talks about defining a basic route. So if you have a latest Angular version and you generate your application using Angular 17 CLI, you have a standalone component-based application, which means you need to go to app config, and then you have providers, and within providers, you need to specify provide router with the route array. Now, it's pretty self-explanatory, but let's go ahead and then do that. So first of all, we will create a route, go to, let's just say, main.ts file, and we have this app config. Let's go to app config file, and then here we need to specify the provider for the routing. So add a comma and just say provider route, and then it needs a route. So it will look at route. Now the thing is, it's already provided once already, so we just get rid of that, and then we have this routes. And if I click on the routes, here is the routes page. Here's the app routes, which in this case right now is empty. So within this, we're going to create an object. Now, if you look at the type, let me zoom in a little bit. In here, we're going to specify some routes. So first, we are going to specify a route for, let's say, name component, and we are going to use account component, and then the route would be just an account. Now there's an error. Basically, we need to get rid of these square brackets, and I will bring you those square brackets like that, and we just put that in one. Usually the path goes first, but doesn't matter if you're defining first or later, because all it needs an object property path. Okay, so we got this account component. Now let's create another path, which is going to be what, and we just said dashboard, and then the component will be dashboard component, and we need to import that. So I'll add a comma there. Now, how do we navigate to this? But first of all, we need a placeholder where the routing components will happen. So we'll go to app component for the HTML file, and here we have all these buttons, right? Now I'm going to specify router outlet. Once I do that, then you will see that we have the routing happening right here. We can actually create a div container, but we'll look at that in a second. And let's go back to the app component.script file. We have some buttons here. For example, make get. We want to just go ahead and then delete those. Okay. And in template file, we can just delete those as well. Okay, so on the top, we can simply say app component. And within this, we are going to use a div. within this, we're gonna go and put the router outlet, and then here we can just create a main container. Let's say we're gonna use the class and just say main container, and we'll define that starting in a second. Now I'm going to go ahead and then create a couple of buttons above. So let's say Dev, and just create a couple of buttons. First, let's create a class named header. And then here we're gonna use just a simple button. And we can just click. Actually, we don't need to have any click, but I would like to use this router link, and we just import that. And here we want to just use account, and the button will be go to account. Okay, and then we just create a copy of those, and this one big dashboard, and let's say dashboard. And for now, just get rid of that. Now let's just say if I click on this go to account, it actually navigates to dashboard works and account works. So what's happening here? Basically, the router link is like a directive or attribute provided by Angular, which allows you to perform a routing task within an HTML file. Let's go to the documentation, and here it talks about defining your routes array, and which we have already done. Adding your routes tree application. Here's a element that we use called router outlet. So I'm going to read this passage here. It says, now you have defined your routes and add them to applicant. First, add links to two components, assign anchor tags that you want to add to the router link attribute. Set the value of the attribute to the components to show when a user click on the link. Next, update your component template. For example, router outlet. This element informs Angular to update the application view with the component for the selected route. So here I have some other options here. For example, they're just using this A tag, but we don't really need that. So I can also copy these two attributes. We copy these two attributes and just paste them here. And I would say, now, if I refresh the application, you'll see that, let me actually go ahead and close this. And we're just going to just localhost 4200. When I click on go to account, it renders account works here. So where does account works come from? Well, if you look at our account component.cs, here we have account works. So I will just put that IAM account component, save. You can see it says IAM account component. We have a dashboard component. And so IAM dashboard component, save. And if I click on go to dashboard, it goes to dashboard. If I click on account, it goes to account page. So that's how your routing works. Now, there are other things that you need to basically perform where you have a child routing happening. So if I go to add routes within the dashboard components, we are going to use this children key, and that will be an array. And we're going to just use this, let's say tab A. That will be tab A component. And then we have this palette. Tab B. That should be like that. And that B component. And I'm just importing those above as well. Okay, so now what's happening with the routing? If I go to the dashboard component, it says I'm a dashboard component, but it's actually not rendering any of these. So what we can do here is there's another tag that we can assign, which is a path redirecting tab A. And if you add this, now if you go to account and go to dashboard, here it says I'm a dashboard component, but still within dashboard component, it is not rendering tab A. Even though we have this empty part, if this empty part, then it doesn't go there. So let's go to dashboard component. Here we are going to add router outlet again. And then you will see it says tab A works. Now let's go to routing. And here we have this by default, right? If I remove this and I go back, refresh, and we go to dashboard, now it's not rendering. So let's create a couple more buttons in app component. Here, we actually don't need this for now. I'll talk about where you can go and then read more stuff because that's really not required for now. We're going to create 2 more buttons, and here we have the router link, and I'm going to say dash tab A and dash tab B. Okay, so now if I click on go to dashboard, tab A, tab B, save. And now if I click on tab B, you see it's rendering tab A works. If I go to that tab A, it now says tab working. So basically what you're saying is like there's a top level router outlet, and for the child routing, you have a component called dashboard, which has this another router outlet as well, which is rendering its children here. So a couple of more things before we wrap up the routing. I'll go to app routing. Now what we learned that how we actually perform a routing by giving a path and then the component, and then the path and then the component. And you can also use the children key to perform the routing for the child component. Now here you can't see the address bar, but if I show you the current address bar is this. If I change this to B and enter, you will see it has tab B works. Now it's gone to the tab B routing. If I go and change this to, let's say, just dashboard, now it's not rendering anything. Now to be able to have a default route, what you can do is create path, empty route, and there is a key called redirect to, and then you can say where it's going to go. If nobody defines a path at all, it will go to tab A. So now if I refresh, now by default it goes to tab A, and you see the route currently in a dashboard spot is tab A. If I just say still goes to tab A automatically because of this line. If I just go ahead and then say just a general, main component, which means right now it is not rendering account or dashboard. So if you want to go to the account component by default, for the parent, you can actually add path and empty, and then you can say redirect to account. Now, even if your component just goes to localhost 4200, Angular will automatically navigate to account component, as you can see here. Okay, that's pretty basic routing that we covered so far. Let's go to documentation. Now, router order, you can read about it, getting your router information. We just look at that in a 3 seconds. Add an input to components. Well, that's really a couple of things that we can't talk right now until we start the project. We have this setting up the wildcard route. For example, if a user goes to somewhere, the route doesn't exist. For example, let's just say I will go to another component. Let's say we can create another component, and I'll just say page not found components. I have this page not found component, and now we can say if the user does not go with account or dashboard, then we're going to go to either, and if the route is not empty, it's something else, then we can actually navigate to a particular component. First, let's create a route. We just say path. I'll say page not found, and then the component would be page not found component. and add a comma. Now, if something which is not going to match at all, then we can just say redirect to page not found and path match to be, let's say, full. All right, so now I'm at this page. Now to demonstrate that, we can actually go ahead localhost 4200, and you see it directly goes to account page. And let's just say I will type some gibberish URL, enter, and then it goes to page not found directly, as you can see here. But if we don't have anything, if it's like an empty, then it goes to account component. And if I touch something this does not exist, whatever, then it goes to page not found component. So that's how you add the wildcard. Now let's go down. Here we have a page forward, and that's exactly what I did. I used the redirect to, but you could actually use this double static wildcard to go to page not found component directly. Now, setting up a redirect, we already seen that. So to set up a redirect, configure a path you want to redirect from, component you want to redirect, and use the path match value that tells the router how to match the URL. Now, nesting routing, we already seen the nesting routing, just like using the children component. And, you can read about it if you want to read the text. Now we have this working setting up the page title. For example, here we have this title, resolved child at title. And let's just say we're going to call this function first. Let's go in here and paste that function, which is like a resolve function. That's another API that Angular provides. And you can just say a title would be title A. And we can go ahead and then say title to be resolved child title, and just add a comma there. Now I can't show this address bar here because I'm in my full screen mode, but if I go in here, let's say here's your title. Right, currently it says tutorial, but if I go to dashboard component, then it says title A. If I go to dashboard component B, it doesn't change the title or go to account. Once the title changed, then it's not gonna change back. So let's go in here and we can create another title which says resolve B. And for the B, we can add title here and say resolve B title. And let's go in here, and you will notice in the address bar, if I go to component A, it says title A, and if you go to dashboard B, then it should say title B. It's still not resolving, but something is wrong there. Yeah, let's deep dive into that. So it's a resolve function, but you could actually pass I think you can pass the string as well. Let's try that. I'm not sure because this is just a recent API. Title A, title B. Let's see now. Okay, so if I go to account, dashboard, A, and then B, you see it changes now. You don't need to use the resolve function. That's a little bit of extra, but actually it did work. So if I undo, let's say, my mistake. Basically, I don't have this title text changed. So if I go into A, it changes the title. Go to B, it changes the title as well. Cool. So let's go to documentation and see what else we have here. Now, relative paths, it's pretty straightforward. You use this routing, and that's actually a relative path, and you should know if you know the JavaScript stuff. So that should be pretty straightforward for you. Now we have a way to navigate via TypeScript file as well. Let me go to here, and then we're gonna use this, a way to navigate like that, with using the routing TypeScript file. So if you see here, there's a button which takes to the component B or dashboard. We're actually going to go to app component, and here I'm going to get rid of this instead I'm going to create a function, go to dashboard. And in here, we can just open that horizontally. And then I'm going to create a function within our TypeScript file, which is going to be go to dashboard. And here, first of all, we need to import the router. We just say private router, and we just import the router from Angular core package. There you go. That's your router. It's not from the core package, it's from the Angular/router. So routing has their own package. Now we just say this dot router dot. Now you can also go, set the URL, or there's lots and lots of options that you could do. But simple navigation can be done by using just navigate by URL. And we can say go to dashboard, and this returns a promise you can perform any functions once the routing is done. So now, if I go ahead and then say click on dashboard or account, go to dashboard, you see it's still navigating you to the dashboard. If I just comment out this line and we go to account, and if I click on dashboard, you see it's not doing anything. It's not taking you anywhere. So same here. Let's say I go to account, it navigates, changes the URL, go to dashboard, doesn't work. We're going to uncomment this, and then you'll see it takes you to the dashboard. By default, takes you to tab A, and we can actually remove that to demonstrate one more thing. I'm going to just remove this line. Now, if I go to account and go to dashboard, it simply stays at dashboard. Within dashboard, if I do tab A, then tab A works, and then go to tab B, tab B works. So we can navigate by using this navigate by URL function, or you can simply use this navigate, which takes an array like that, and it takes some other properties as well. But yeah, if you want to pass in the data to that component, for example, if I just go ahead and say chili plant would be ID 1. And let's see here. Next, we're going to go to dashboard. And now you see it has a dashboard component, but also doing the query by question mark, ID is equal to 1. And then once you go to the dashboard component, you can read this ID via another package that I'll show you just now. Let's go to dashboard component. And in this, we're going to just use this constructor, and I can add this activated route. Now we need to implement the lifecycle hook, which is going to be on init. And I would like to create a function. And within this, we would like to use this activity route to get the query plan. So I'm just create a variable, let's say ID equal to this dot round dot snapshot dot query plans, and that will be ID. And I'll just log that. If I go to an application, and here, if I go to account and then go to dashboard, you see we're getting 1, which is the ID that we get here. So let's just say if I do 4, then it renders 4. If I do, for example, 5, enter, then it renders 5. So you see it reading the query plan from the URL using this. If I go to app and file, instead of like query plan, you can also have some other options that you can pass in. For example, if I press control space, you can see that you can pass an information. So use this to convey transient information about the particular navigation. You can pass in the state as well. You can use these options, and then if you want to know about what these options do, if you're using WebStorm, it's pretty amazing. It'll give you some documentation right here. If you're using VS Code, you might want to go to documentation and read about this. So let me go ahead and take you to the routing again. App routing. Like here, you have, for example, this dashboard, right? You're passing the children. And you can also pass, it's just not title, but you can also pass some data. For example, here I'll just say title dashboard, and you can read this data, whatever you pass in, by using, for example, if I go to dashboard component again, and we can say data equal to this dot queuing snapshot and the data, and then we just log the data as well. Now, if you look at refresh and I go to dashboard component, the data is coming back as undefined. And the thing is, because the data is not ready yet, so there are other APIs that you can use to get the data from the URL because the data doesn't exist yet. So there's cons, and I just say whatever. Actually, no need for cons, but say this dot round dot, and then we have this data dot subscribe, and then you can simply go ahead and then do a log. And let's close this on, and let's see now. So if I refresh now, you get to see there's a title and a dashboard that you pass in. And if I go to routes, you see here it's not just limited title. I can pass in the title. It's ABC to wow. And if we go back and I see here we have an object, ABC data. So this is an amazing way to pass the data to the route. Let's go to dashboard component.ts file. We understand how do we get the data after subscribing. You can also use this activity route snapshot directly API if you want to. Next thing we want to learn, we go to documentation actually, and I'm going to show you a way to lazy load. So you can also configure your routes to be lazy loading, which means that Angular only loads as module needed rather than loading all the modules when the application launches. Additionally, preloads parts of the application in the background to improve user experience. Well, if your application is big, you can use the lazy loading, and here's a guide for that. If you click on lazy loading, it'll take you here, and then instead of just passing a component, you need to say load children's and then import as a module. And pretty much it's very self-explanatory. Just read about this and you get to know what is a lazy loading. Now, a lot of things that we already covered, it talks about making parameters array. For example, here router link, and then you have the URL, then you get passing here or that ID. And, it's the same as passing a curve plan. Look at, let me go down. Yep, I would highly recommend to read this. There's a base href. Basically, router uses browser history.pushState for navigation, and pushState lets you customize application URL. And then this base URL is actually defined. If we go to our index.html, you will see here it has a base href and here. So if I just add something, for example, ABC, you will see there will be a problem in routing figure account. Still working because we need to reload the page for having the index.html change, because you have to restart the server when you change the index.html for your information. Now let's go to documentation again. Let's go over here. To read about this is like a base URL. Let's go down and okay, that's about it for the basic, but we'll get to understand some more advanced routing when we get to the project. Go to routing, and let's go to routing reference. And we're going to, that's a provider. That's our configuration. Okay. Another thing is like, actually, we need to look at this routing events. So if I go down, common routing task, choosing the routing strategy. I'm actually looking for, there's a router reference, and we're looking for router states. So here are the router states. So after the end of each successful navigation lifecycle, the router builds a tree of activity routes object that makes up the current state of the route. And you can access current route state from anywhere to the application using the router service and the router state properly, which is, very surface. But to be able to see the routing states changing, there is a configuration that you could do. So if we go to app config file, here we have this router parameter, and then here we can add something like width, not here actually. So let me get rid of options and get rid of this. So width, debug tracing, and just enable that. And if we want to pass, for example, if we're going here, it doesn't take anything, that's fine. Now, if I go to application and let me just open the console and clear this. So if I click on go to dashboard, you see it is now logging each router lifecycle state. So now here it says navigation start, then navigation recognized, then guard check start, guard check end, activation end. So it is very, very useful for debugging if you want to debug with your with routing in your application. Sometimes there's thousands of routes and it's very hard to figure out what's going on. So you can enable with debugging tracing, which will help you to look at the navigation, will help you to debug your code. Next, we'll go back to documentation here and talking about the states. Please read about this. It talks about, what type of data it returns, like it found returns an observable. So you have to subscribe to get the params using this. Let's go down here. We got the routing events. That same thing enabled with this debug tracing. These are all events. Now there is a routing terminology. So pretty much the whole reference, you can find it here. Okay. And that wraps up our basic routing tutorial for this course. Once we get to the project, then we'll learn more about routing into details. In this section of the video, we're going to learn forms in Angular. So handling user inputs with form is a cornerstone of many common applications. So most of the applications will have a form like login form, sign up form, adding a user detail form. So pretty much in web applications, forms are everywhere. So Angular use forms to enable users to log in, to update profile, to enter sensitive information, all that common stuff. Now, Angular provides two types of forms. We have a reactive forms and template-driven forms. Reactive forms rely on the reactive in a template to create and manipulate the underlying object model. They're useful for adding simple form to an application such as the email list sign-up form, or they are straightforward to add, but they don't scale well. On the other hand, we have reactive forms. So it provides direct explicit access to underlying form object model. Compared to template-driven form, they are more robust. They are more scalable, reusable, and testable. Now you're going to be using a reactive form for bigger applications, but sometimes to create a simple form, template-driven forms are useful as well. We will look at, there's a lot of information available regarding forms and explaining how the forms work in Angular, including the testing and the validation and immutability. So all of these are common concepts in web development, and I expect you to know most of these concepts already. We're going to look at the template-driven forms first. So template-driven forms are pretty straightforward. What we need to do is to build a template-driven form, we need ngModel directive, ngForm directive, and ngModel group directives. Let's go to the code and we'll create a simple form. Within the code, we're going to be using this dashboard component A, and we first need to create some model. So for the model, I'll just use this export class actor. This is coming from official documentation, so we can reference back to the knowledge. And within our component file, we need to create a skills for actor. So I'll just create a variable skills, which we have here. This is the model. and we also need a model. So we'll just create a model by using new actor, this class, and we pass in some values like that. And then we can just add another property for submitted. And then we need one more function, which is going to be, let's say, on submit function. Now within our template file, I will go ahead and then just use the select element to show the list of actor skills, which is, let's say, we're going to be using this HTML, and I just paste that here. Now if you look at the application here, we have the skill, and there's a list of skills that we're rendering from here. So what it's doing is using this ng let skill of skills, and then setting up its a value like that. Now, next thing we need to know, how do we bind input controls to the data property? So we have a model which actor has a name. So I will create an input field. So let me create an input field. We have this input field, let's say Tom Cruise. And now the value is Tom Cruise because we're using this ng model, which is linking this model dot, name. So that's okay. I'm actually going to create a CSS class. So we need some sort of styling. So just say form group. And we can just say display to flex, and then flex direction to column. This way we can see the input field and then the select box, which is much easier to look at for form now. Another thing, if we go to the HTML file for this, we are going to, let's say, make a little bit of a space maybe here. Let's say BR. Can I use a BR tag here? Okay, that's good. So we use the BR tag. Now we got this name on the model. Then we also have this ID and a studio. So let's go ahead and add studio input. And we're going to go to HTML file after BR. Let's add a studio, which is again, let me make some space here. And then we can, we got a name and in the studio and in the skill. In terms of ID, don't worry about that for now. We will just work on that later. So here we got this ng model, which is a two-way binding, and it's binding to model.name and model.studio. And then, there's a list of skills. Now what I'm gonna do is just create, read the values from component. So now if I go ahead and then say on submit, I'm going to call on submit function when the form gets submitted, and then read the values and just log the values there. We're going to go to HTML file, and we're going to wrap all this. Let me just create a form element, so form. Okay, and we're going to move the form down, fix the indentation. And this is again, let's take it out actually. Let's take it out so we have the CSS class properly assigned. Now for this, we're going to use this on submit. Can we use an event? Okay, so that's ng submit event. And we're going to say on submit, and we call the function. And then we are going to just create a, let's say, actor form. This is the template reference variable. And we're going to say set that to ng form. Save. I think we have a problem where we see this semicolon there. Okay, we'll still have an active form and submit form, and then we're gonna create another button. Let's use a BR tag, and we're gonna create a button, which is going to be type submit. We don't need that. This is Copilot writing. But if I click on this submit button, let's open the console log and I click on submit button. It's not really doing anything so far. So if I go to on submit, it's just making submit to true. But what I can do now is console.log and I say this dot model and then submit, and you see the actor object, what are the value that we selected is coming up. So I'll just change this to skill and production to something like this, and I just change my Tom Cruise to my name, and now I go submit, and you see I'm getting the data, what I'm typing over there. So that's pretty amazing. We have our template driven forms working, so I'll take you to documentation, and here you'll see pretty much all the information that I've shown you is here on this page. So here we have a bind input control to data property, all of the information here. Please go ahead and read and you will understand whatever we're missing, but we covered the basics. If you want to show an error depending on the form is invalid or valid, or add a validators, you can actually look at validation. So if I take you to, let's say, add a conditional error message to a name property. So here we got this name ng model, and then here we got this hidden if there's a invalid. So let me show you. Let's go to template file, and for the name we have a template reference variable. It's a name, and we can set that equal to ng model, which means it is going to link to the model itself. And then we can just use this same file. Let's use this div and paste it here. So what it's doing is accessing this template reference variable here and then checking its state, it's valid or not. And then if it's not valid, then it's going to say name is required. So I'll just save it and then just say remove, and it's now it says name is required because it is now empty. So you can see you can add hidden property, access the template reference variable, and call the valid function. So let's just say invalid. And now even though I have this, it's going to say name is required because let's take a look at reactive forms. To be able to use reactive forms in your Angular application, you need to import reactive form module. Once you do that, you get access to create a new form controls in a TypeScript file. So first thing, for example, we just say name A, and then we just say form control equal to a new form control, and we pass in an empty value. Now to be able to bind this name A into a template, I'm going to go ahead and then create, first of all, a label. We just say name equal to name A, and we just say input field type text. GitHub Copilot is writing too many things for me, which is not great. Now we need to use an attribute form control and we pass in name A, which is our form control in a template. And now you can see we got name and then the binding happening now. So if I go and type something value here, how do I read the value from here? So I will go ahead and then create, let's use BR, and we're going to create a button, and then we say log check form control. Okay, and it's going to turn error because we need to create this function, and I will go ahead and create that. Okay, that's good. So now let's go ahead and then we have access to form control, and I'm going to, for example, get some fancy stuff going on. Now here we will use implement on init hook because I would like to set some values after the data is initialized. So let me just bring this here. And now we're going to say this dot name A, and then we're going to say dot. And here we have the full API for reactive forms. For example, we can add a validator, for example, validator, or it's a validator required, which is a validator provided by Angular. Now, I'm going to say to HTML file, we are going to use the disable property, and we're going to say name a dot invalid. If that's invalid, then disable our function. So why it is invalid? Why? Because it's empty. If I start typing anything, it becomes valid. So what's happening here is that, let me go to the TypeScript file. When we initialize this component, we add a validator to the name A, which is a required validator, which requires to have some value for that. And once the value, is there, then Angular just disable or, make it enable, disable or enable this button. So we can add validators, but also this dot name A dot, and we can also reset or get raw value or patch value. So I'm gonna say patch value to Tom Cruise. Once I do that, you see it adds value to Tom Cruise, but I'm gonna use this set timeout function to demonstrate this. And we set 3 seconds. Save, and after 3 seconds, you see the Tom Cruise will appear, and then the check button becomes enabled. So we have a full API. Let me take the documentation. Let's see what we have covered so far. Okay, we've covered up till here. There's a couple of things that we just look at quickly. And instead of patch value, we have this set value as well. So if you look at, let me show you this. Okay, so we need to look at the quick documentation for this. Quick documentation. So here's a set value. So it sets a new value from form control. And if you look at this patch value, it patches the current value to the form control. So here I will just say array smoother, and I will just say 6 seconds. But after 6 seconds, I would like to, just use this. I would like to subscribe to the every time the value changes as well, which there is a value changes observables, and it subscribes to it, and we can just log that. Now, every time, let me just open the logs, and every time I add a value, you see it changes, and then after 6 seconds, there will be another value. Let's say vice versa was there, okay? So if I change any value, you see it is, logging the value because of this subscription. So you can check the value changes and subscribe to it. Very, very cool. Now, I'm going to do one more fancy stuff. I'm going to create another set timeout function, and we are going to use this dot name a dot remove validators, and I'm just going to remove the required validator. And removed required validator will be done after 10 seconds. Okay, so let's see what happens. There's a Tom Cruise after 3 seconds. There's going to be a Vice Mirza, and then the check button will basically be, disabled. So if I just remove everything, the check button is still valid because of this function that removes the validator for that form. So now, Tom Cruise, Vice Mirza, and after 10 seconds, the validator is still there. So now if I remove the form control, you'll see the validator is there, and then you can see it's enabling and disabling accordingly. Now let's go to documentation. We have seen displaying the component, displaying form value, replacing form control value, and registering a control. So pretty much for a simple form control, we've seen everything. Now you need to go and look for a documentation. So I'll take you to API, and here we just want to search for the form control. Let's see. Nope, I can't search for it, but here there should be Angular Forms package. Maybe I can search here, form control, and set up reactive form. I need to find an API reference, API reference, go form control class. That's your form control class. Now within your form control class, let's see, here's a form control directive. In this API, you see you have all the options that are available for form control. So we've seen this value changes observable change, which checks for the value change. We see the validator. We have an ability to check for invalid or pending, or if it's disabled, or if it's enabled. You know, there's a lot of options available for the form control. Now let's go look at form control here. That's a form control. That's the eForm control. Form control name. Then again, options are there. Form control options, validators, async validators, and updates on. You know, if you want to learn more about form controls and APIs that are available, let's go ahead in the reference section and look for your form control, and then you will be able to see that. Now we have a form group. Form group basically, let's say in the description, let me go to description. So it basically create multiple form controls within a form group, and you can, you know, organize multiple forms within one place. We'll look at the usage, or actually we can go to this one. So form typically contains several related controls. Reactive forms provide two ways of grouping multiple related controls. So form group and form array. Simple, we're gonna create a form group like that. Let me just go ahead and let's get rid of pretty much everything from here. And we have a form control, but I'm going to say form group, and we can create a new form group. And I'm going to just cut this and paste this here. And let's import the form group first. And then we need to create name. And then we can skill. That's a studio. That's it. And we got a form group. Now, the form array property does not exist. That's cool. So we go to template file, and I'm going to actually, you know why? Skill and studio, that's fine. We're just gonna change this to now like that. Remove it and remove that as well. Now we are going to wrap this in the form, and then we're going to use this form group, and we're going to name the form group to whatever the name that we have here, which is form group. So we just use this form group. That's it. And then within the form, we have, let me get rid of this, and within the form group, Copilot will help me to do stuff. So label name and input field, and then we have this form control name. So let's say A, and then let me move this outside so we can actually have the responsiveness going on. So we got this, and then I use this BR, enter. I'm going to say label for studio and input field that, and then use label for skill, and then form control name. Options, select, and I use, let's say, BR. Let's save it, and now you can see we got options and then a submit button. Okay, now let's say in the submit button, there is going to be a function that we need to call. So on, let's say, ng submit, we can call onSubmit function, which is here. Let's get rid of this. And okay, so onSubmit, what I'm going to do is console.log. I'm going to set this dot form group dot, and now you have an API for form group. And if I just use this values, you will see I'm just going to clear and just type some random values, and I click on submit, and you'll see it is now logging what are the values that we have typed into the form control. So you see it's very, very good. You can combine multiple form controls into a group, and you can deal with that very, very easily. So now here, if I go ahead and say get control and it's a name, now there's a problem where it says it can be null. So I'm actually going to remove this. This is not the right way. The Copilot is pretty shit on that. Now, in terms of, you can see we have a patch value, set value, add validators, and there's a lot of options available for that. So first of all, instead of console login, I would like to add the validator to Studio. So we just say this dot form group dot get control, and we can just say Studio, and that would be our, let's say, Studio dot, and then we have this valid or invalid. I'm just going to say add validators. I'm going to just mark it required. Now this should be done in NgOn init, so we can see the effect. And we're going to disable the button, the submit button. So let's say we go to template file, and here we are going to use disable form group dot invalid. Okay, so if the form group is invalid, this button is going to be disabled. Now let's go to component file, and what I'm going to do here is just say type name studio and then the skill. And once I select the skill, it becomes enable. And you see it's not actually logging anything. We actually forgot this dot form group dot value. Okay, so now if I type name studio and then the skill, submit button will log the value for us. It's actually not logging, so okay, we not actually console.log, which is silly me. Okay, so done, and then go login. It's gonna log. Now the thing is, this line is basically getting the studio form control within this form group and add validators, which is required validator. Now let's see if I comment out this line, and you'll see when I type the name and studio, submit button will become available, because actually, no, it's not required. So studio does not require. Okay, there's a problem. Skill is required. So if I just remove the studio completely, it's no longer needed. So let's refresh. I type name and I select the skill, and that becomes this makes the submit button valid, because studio is actually doesn't have any validator. So if I go ahead and add the validator to studio as well, now if I just type name and select the skill, it's still invalid, because you see the submit button is invalid, and I'll select studio or type studio, it now makes it valid. Let's go back to the documentation. Here it talks about grouping the form like that, and then associating the model. We did the same thing, form group and name of the form group, and then you can just use this form control name to refer to the form control which you define in the form group. Now save the data is pretty straightforward. You use the onSubmit function, and then you just use this control.value, which returns all the current data of the form. Very, very simple. Then here we did this disable functionality for form. If it's invalid, then you can use just disable, and displaying the component, that's fine. Creating nested form groups. So sometimes you have a really crazy form where you have a form group, and then you want to create another group of the form, which is address form group, and then you have another 3 or 4 form controls within address. You can do that as well. So group the nested in the template. There we go. Updating parts of the data model. You have this set value and a patch value that we already seen. You see here, that's what it's doing. This dot profile form patch value, first name, address, and then you pass the value in. It's very, very useful. It patches the value, not the whole object, but patches the value when you have a multiple form controls within a group. Now we have also using a form builder service. A form builder service is a little advanced topic. If you're interested, then I will put the comment below in this video. I will create a separate video for this. But this is really something that makes less typing actually. It makes you type less, makes it easy to create a form group. So for example, here we have a form profile form, this form builder group function, that's what we're calling, and we're just creating all the form controls by just saying first name and then the empty value within an array. That's pretty cool. So go ahead and then read this and you get to know more about reactive forms. Okay, so far we have covered most of the basics of Angular, including component, template syntax, dependence injection, routing forms, and HTTP client. At this stage, you should be able to build full-fledged applications using Angular. Now, what do you need to learn more to be able to become an advanced Angular developer? I would highly recommend to look at the reference and look at the APIs that are available in Angular. It will take about 50 hours or 100 hours course to cover every single API into details. Angular has, structured their APIs in very good way. For example, you have an animation section, so everything related to animation you'll find here. You have a common, which means all of the pipes and common classes are here as well. For example, we have used this JSON pipe in our course. We have a common HTTPs, all the HTTP related APIs that Angular provides are here as well. So if you click on anything, you will get to see its definition and a description, and then it's pretty good documentation. It explains pretty much most of the things that you will need. Now let's go to reference again and we go down to core. Core is where you'll find all the Angular core APIs. Like creating a component will be a add decorator with the component. Let me go ahead and then say we're gonna find decorators. So filter the APIs by clicking on the top button right here. And here we have decorators, and one of them is a component decorator, which makes the class a component. So it decorates and marks a class as an Angular component and provides configuration metadata that determines how the component should be processed, instantiated, and used at runtime. So as you can see, you can filter the APIs by clicking on these options, and you will get to know what APIs are there. Now, there is lots and lots of API. Please go ahead and read about different APIs, or actually at least once go through this list of APIs, which will make you understand what are the APIs that are available and how do you use them. Okay, so that's pretty much the best tip I can give you. And in terms of docs, whatever we have missed, for example, this animation, please go and read. And you have built a to-do project, to-do application project, Angular now. So you should be able to read and understand how do you implement these features. And the best way to learn any technology is by going through the official documentation if the documentation are good, and Angular has one of the best documentation out there. So I hope you liked the video. I will be creating some project-based tutorials, so subscribe to the channel and I'll speak to you guys in the next video. Thank you. Bye.